Thank you, and thank you to our hosts, Panacea, and for providing all of this. We thank you, Joshua Scott, for helping us with the technical stuff. Welcome to all of you who are here in person. Welcome to everyone online who's either live streaming or on Zoom. The next quest for the historical Jesus must account for the inaccessibility of the past. The inaccessibility of the past is, admittedly, I know, a tiresome subject. Somehow widely acknowledged, endlessly theorized, and nevertheless still underappreciated in our little corner of academia. I would even hazard a guess that the widespread acknowledgement of the inaccessibility of the past contributes on some level to the underappreciation of its significance, since the regularity of scholarly admissions that the past is past can obscure the degree to which the conviction that we can reach an earlier stage of history has animated both the discourse and practice of historical Jesus scholarship until recently. With this observation in the background, my argument in this essay can be stated in both general and specific ways. Generally, scholars should abandon the notion that they can get behind the Gospels and embrace a more robust role for the scholarly informed historical imagination of the past. Specifically, and among other procedural implications, scholars should abandon focusing on individual units of the Jesus tradition and instead focus on asking and answering, to the extent that they can, general questions about the historical Jesus and his socio-historical context. I'm aware that neither of these suggestions comes across as particularly earth-shattering, and that some readers may, or hearers may already be objecting that they and other scholars have affirmed these points for some while. They would be right. What I distinctly emphasize in this paper, however, is the connection between these two matters. That is, how previous stages of the quest have been cloistered imaginatively precisely because they quested for the historical Jesus by attempting to verify particular passages of the Gospels. In so doing, I indicate the potential for the next quest research by embracing the role of the historical imagination and all means of informing that imagination. In order to illustrate these points, I begin with two 20th century German Jesus scholars, Rudolf Bultmann and Gunther Bornkamm. Although it's unquestionably one of the goals of the next quest to move on from needless recycling of the scholarship of yesteryear, in this case, it's necessary to start with them, and especially with the particular curiosity in their work, in order to appreciate not just why we have to move beyond their influence, but how we may do so. And also in order to appreciate that what's being now foregrounded in the next quest for the historical Jesus was not previously ignored altogether in historical Jesus scholarship, but it was systematically downplayed. So the aforementioned curiosity in the work of Bultmann and Bornkamm is that they affirmed the historical likelihood of particular scenarios described by certain gospel texts while simultaneously rejecting the historical value of the texts that describe those scenarios. I'll say that again. They affirmed the historical likelihood of particular scenarios described by certain gospel texts while simultaneously rejecting the historical value of the texts that describe those scenarios. And although I can summarize this state of affairs in a way that makes their assessment seem somewhat nonsensical, it has to be appreciated that in the scholarly framework in which they were made, the assessments made complete sense. Bultmann walked this distinct exegetical and historical tightrope with regard to the controversy narratives, which portray Jesus and other Jewish teachers in conflict. According to Bultmann, quote, controversy dialogues are all of them imaginary scenes, end quote. The historical life in which they have their proper place is not that of the historical Jesus, but, quote, in the apologetic polemic of the Palestinian church. He explains further, in the form, quote, in the form in which we have them, the controversy dialogues are imaginary scenes illustrating in some concrete occasion a principle which the church ascribed to Jesus, end quote. Bultmann's emphasis on these conflict stories as a literary genre and as they appear in the Gospels, in the form in which we have them, is important to notice because on the more general question of whether the historical Jesus is likely to have engaged in such activities, he is more bullish. Quote, of course, it is quite possible that he did, indeed very probable, end quote. He expresses a similar mixture of positions on the scholastic dialogues category of literary forms, which also feature Jesus as a teacher. He says, "It is in itself highly probable that Jesus was asked questions about the way to life or about the greatest commandment, but it is quite another thing only in the sense that the church formulated such scenes entirely in the spirit of Jesus." Now, just as an aside, Bultmann only mentions in passing this fascinating possibility that the early church fabricated tradition under the impact of the historical Jesus. And he says it's entirely in the spirit of Jesus. That is, that Jesus himself might have contributed in some way to the production of tradition that Bultmann could not attribute to him methodologically. And this actually gets repeated in other form critical scholars' work, where they make this kind of statement that Jesus may have started this, but according to their laws of criticism, they can't possibly attribute to Jesus. Which I obviously have a hang up on this period of scholarship. I really love it. And well, I love it, but in the sense that it had a stranglehold on gospel scholarship for such a long time, and I'm kind of fascinated with that. But I'm really intrigued by this line of argumentation. They kind of back themselves into this corner. It's fascinating to me. All right, so 35 years later, Bornkamm followed his teacher's approach when it came to the passion resurrection predictions in the Gospel of Mark. He states, quote, "that the road to Jerusalem had to lead to new and serious conflicts with the spiritual and temporal rulers, and that Jesus had to reckon with the possibility of his own violent end, we have no reason to doubt." So whether Jesus foresaw his death, no reason to doubt. However, Bornkamm says, justified are grounds for disputing the historical validity of the individual prophecies concerning his suffering and resurrection. So if anything, Bornkamm is even more succinct than Bultmann in expressing the view that scholars can have confidence in the historical scenario relayed by these texts while doubting the value of the texts themselves. Now, most fascinating in these Bultmann and Bornkamm quotations for present purposes is what remains unsaid. They do not attempt to explain the relationship between the status of the individual traditions and the general image they portray. Unclear also is how or why their contrasting scholarly judgments relate to one another as constituent parts of an argument. By what means do they conclude that the transmission, the engine, the brakes, and the tires do not function, but the car runs just fine? For the sake of clarity, I'm not necessarily criticizing Bultmann and Bornkamm as much as observing the odd scholarly scenario that results from this kind of historical assessment. And I suggest that this resultant scenario is necessarily a byproduct of their predetermined commitment to focus predominantly and atomistically on individual units of tradition and their method. And I'll come back to this. Although both kinds of historical investigation were theoretically available to scholars, proceeding from the house of Bultmann and 1950s German scholarship, mainstream, and yes, certainly mainstream, gospel scholarship in the German and English-speaking worlds for the next several decades overwhelmingly donned its lab coat and threw its effort into verification of individual units of tradition by developing criteria of authenticity. I and others have traced this development in depth, and I don't need to repeat that here. But it is important to note the historical implications of the tradition criticism practiced in this formative period of Jesus studies. In the words of Bornkamm, this is a little bit of a long quote, but it's worth it, well, to me. One observation is of special significance. It is that at the beginning of the tradition, we find not a historical sequence of events, but the individual pericope, the individual parable, the individual saying or story, which only in the Gospels, often in very different ways, is given its setting and with a very modest editing arranged coherently. These little individual parts of the tradition have to be considered by themselves, end quote. And this statement warrants a full quotation because it nicely encapsulates this approach to critical studies of the Gospels that has quietly and not so quietly dominated New Testament scholarship for almost a century. On display is the historical relevance of this tradition model, because the earliest past that a scholar could possibly reach comes in the shape of the individual units of tradition, since they were, as he says, at the beginning. Now, I remain convinced, therefore, that one of the single most decisive, in terms of impact, decisive developments in Jesus and gospel studies in the previous century was the adoption of form criticism's theory of the transmission of the Jesus tradition by those questing for the person of Jesus of Nazareth in the mid-20th century. Even when scholars believe they left the theory formally behind, its residual effects remain. I have a story here. I was in a discussion at SNTS one year with a New Testament scholar who was criticizing the usage of social memory theory and didn't like the fact that it was seeming to be taking the place of form criticism as a tradition model. And the criticism that this person offered was that, well, this is just an external theory applied to the text, right? And I thought, we never said anything. Yeah, we all agree on that. But I said, so in response, I said, yes, I agree 100%. That's an externally generated theory applied to the text. Wouldn't you agree that form criticism is as well? And the person who says was a very senior New Testament scholar said, no, it's different. Form criticism arises naturally out of good exegesis. And I thought that statement, it blew my mind, because it's how, it's no surprise that comparative approaches in Jesus and gospel studies were ignored when you have people convinced that the critical theory is arising out of the text itself. I mean, this is, which is, in that particular critical theory is a distinctly Protestant, Lutheran, German scholarship that generates its own critical approach. I mean, it blew my mind. Obviously still got to think about it. So what we should not miss is that many of these mid-20th and late 20th century scholars and their students genuinely believed that the quest so defined could yield access to the past of Jesus in some form. Rigorous interrogation of the individual units could take them behind the Gospels. An example is Ferdinand Hahn. He says, when I speak of the historical Jesus, I go behind all the statements of the community, limit myself to the facts of his early life, his ministry and proclamation, and attempt to gain a picture which is free from all post-resurrection conceptions in order to grasp the history of Jesus in its own terms. Hahn elsewhere describes clearly the identification of authentic traditions about Jesus as the path to the historical Jesus. He says, for it is only when stages of the transmission after Jesus can be definitely established that we can gain access to Jesus himself, period. So they really did think that this tradition criticism led them to the person. It's not always clear whether they think they're getting to something he said or to Jesus himself. They say both things. So what can the quest for the historical Jesus look like once scholars not only recognize but embrace that we cannot actually get behind the Gospels, much less by usage of pseudoscientific criteria of authenticity? What happens when we accept that we as historians are only ever in front of the text? I offer a few characteristics for this next quest that set the table for the rest of today's papers and tomorrow's. But first, I need to note that we are hardly the first to ask such a question. Morna Hooker was famously already questioning the historical usefulness of form criticism in the 1970s. In a 2011 book, I also drew attention to how some late 90s and early 2000s work by James Dunn, Elizabeth Schussler-Fiorenza, and Larry Hurtado had moved toward discussing the impact of Jesus. Schussler-Fiorenza, for example, argued against an authentic-inauthentic dichotomy and against the illusion of scientific certainty that it provides. In anticipating what we might call the memory approach and the surge of reception studies, she argued for, quote, a critical retrieval and articulation of memory, end quote, whereby historical representations feature the reception of Jesus by his rememberers. And as a reminder, at least in practice, Bultmann and Bornkamm were already making historical Jesus statements independently of their interrogation of individual units. They just kind of did it off the cuff in passing. In my estimation, however, there's no scholar whose work is more consequential for the quest that abandons the attempt to get behind the Gospels than Jens Schroeder. Schroeder laid the methodological and hermeneutical foundations that precipitated the demise of the criteria of authenticity and make possible the next quest. He explicitly positioned his perspective against the atomistic approach of form criticism and consistently drew attention to the fact that historical scholarship amounts to representing the past as a hypothesis about what might have been, not an attainment of or access to the actual past. He says, and I have two quick quotes, "A conception of history based on critical examination is also, of course, a hypothesis about how it could have been that serves the interpretation of present reality." He also says, "Every interpretation of the material is a hypothetical, falsifiable conception of understanding reality. Historical truth is therefore a regulative idea, which these conceptions seek to approach." In these quotations and throughout his body of historical Jesus research, Schroeder rightly emphasizes that the historian is only ever in front of the text he or she is accounting for, offering hypotheses about a possible past based on his or her accumulated tendentious knowledge and from his or her perspective. The remains of the past, as well as the historian's knowledge, viewpoint, and imagination, may restrain the historian's hypotheses, but they equally make those hypotheses possible in the first place. Furthermore, describing our theories of the past as hypotheses is not lamentable, but a rightful recognition then we have not lost the objectivity with which past historians operated. Rather, we have accepted that our predecessors who feigned objectivity were never objective in the first place. Myers proposed unpapal conclave behind his A Marginal Jew. And for those of you who don't remember, this is how he starts it. Suppose that a Catholic, a Protestant, a Jew, and an agnostic, all honest historians cognizant of first-century religious movements, were locked up in the bowels of the Harvard Divinity School library, put on a Spartan diet, and not allowed to emerge until they had hammered out a consensus document on who Jesus from Nazareth was and what he intended in his own place and time and place. This is how he describes this project, what he wants it to be. Myers' proposed unpapal conclave was, it turns out, a ventriloquist act by one scholar. Meyer is undoubtedly a brilliant scholar, whose contributions most of us will never match, but his work is not and never was the ideological average of Jews, Protestants, Catholics, and agnostics, and Harvard Divinity is hardly the only place you can study the historical Jesus, with all due respect to our colleague Giovanni Bazzano. For anyone who wants to study the historical Jesus in the next quest, we're taking PhD students at MF Norwegian School of Theology right now. Get in touch. But scholarship is not a consensus document, and that's a wonderful thing. The contribution of the next quest for the historical Jesus to this general trend away from atomistic assessments of the Jesus tradition is that the affirmation that the historian's task is to hypothesize the past in front of them is programmatic. That affirmation will inevitably manifest itself in a variety of ways, and what follows is an inexhaustive list of some general characteristics which other chapters in this volume will flesh out further. First, in the next quest for the historical Jesus, the appropriate initial scholarly question is not what is the status of this tradition, but why might these ancient people have portrayed the past in this way? Only by answering this larger question do we have the ability sometimes to theorize the past. That reception history itself and the interpretations of Jesus that comprise it are historical artifacts in their own rights, products of historical forces and processes. Second, in providing answers to that question, we may gain knowledge about a historical likelihood or unlikelihood, but we must also acknowledge that, as I've said on other occasions, there's a vast amount of historical knowledge to be gained apart from pronouncing on historical likelihoods. Stated another way, historical truths and historical untruths, in terms of portrayals of the past, are equally products of particular socio-historical circumstances produced by the same kinds of historical processes and agents. In this light, mere affirmations or rejections does not exhaust our ability to gain historical information. On a simple level, even if we think something did happen, why did it, and not thousands of other words and events and ideas that also happened, gain traction? Alternatively, even if we think something did not happen, why did they think it did? If we think Jesus' followers misunderstood something, what led to the misunderstanding and why was it convincing? If we think they lied, why this lie and not another? Third, and as I've mentioned already, we foreground the act that thinking about the past is fundamentally and inescapably an imaginative act. That's not to say that it is not scholarly, learned, critical, or rigorous, but it is to acknowledge that we need to bring to bear all the resources we can on our trained historical imaginations. Implicit in my comment above is the fact that reception histories become important among other reasons because they help us imagine the past by showing us how they imagined it. Reception histories can also show what forces were at work in their thinkings about the past, and especially what forces are at work in modern scholars imagining the past, thinking here of Halbert's work or even James's work on New Testament scholarship. Likewise, boring old socio-historical contextual studies on Second Temple Judaism and the ancient Mediterranean world remain fundamentally important as tools for our imaginations, though we should also interrogate further topics and issues that have sometimes been left to the side in atomistic approaches. At this conference, we have papers later today and tomorrow on topics such as class, slavery, fame, networks, the economy, rural and urban environments, and the like. And if I could stress one thing here, it is simply that these issues too are or should be part of historical Jesus studies. It is not simply about whether this or that happened. Comparative studies must be welcomed to a greater degree for exactly the same reason. Modern scholars and modern scholarly approaches that have not previously had a prominent home in Jesus studies should also be welcomed as part of the broader historical toolbox, since they all force contributors to the discussion to consider factors that we might otherwise overlook. May the field engage all the friends, critics, and tools at our disposal to help us imagine better. Fourth, if we are only ever in front of the text, hypothesizing what might have been, we must be more honest about all we do not know. Mark Goodacre will deal with this topic later. I think that we can make historical pronouncements on some issues, but we cannot possibly hope to answer other questions. Furthermore, we may have more confidence in some of our knowledge than others, and that confidence may have nothing to do with us as scholars and have everything to do with the tendentious nature of the evidence. There is simply so much about the ancient world that we do not know, and that should factor into our theories. None of this is a reason, in my opinion, to abandon the quest. But accepting that we are only ever in front of the sources, theorizing antiquity, should shape what we think we are doing when we quest for the historical Jesus. The next quest will therefore purposefully welcome many new voices and perspectives, be humbler in its conclusions, and more curious in its questions. In the next quest, we drop the lab coats and make every effort to function as historians fully participating in what the humanities have to offer. Thank you.
Field your questions.
Yeah.
No, we'll get in touch if there's questions from Zoom.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe one or two.
Yeah, it's time for questions.
Okay. Any questions?
We don't have any questions at the moment.
Okay, it's 5 a.m. in the U.S. and the East Coast. I should say I'll follow up here because this has been something of a discussion point. We have purposefully invited a lot of you to this conference who have no interest in making judgments about the historical past, and for a reason. The point is that we can't do any of that historical work without these broader perspectives. And for the people who do want to go on and kind of make judgments about this or that issue, they need to do so in dialogue with some of the work that you're doing. So if any of you are wondering, what am I doing here? That's it. That's the answer. Let's go on.
Any questions? We have a few minutes. I can't believe there's this many New Testament people. I've got a question for Chris, and I've been, sorting other things, so I can't concentrate. Joe.
I have to ask a question because nobody else is.
It's okay.
Shall I go over?
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's basically, I want to prompt you to think about the range of things that we've got here, and I know that that's not the exhaustive list. So,
yes.
What you said about mainstream scholarship, I think it would be great if you brought that out a little bit more and think about how women and gender, issues of race, identity, sexuality, all of these things that are current today I think part of the next quest has to be very cognizant of where we stand right now and the diversity of perspectives that might exist in our contemporary seeing of the past, and an embrace of that internationally also, you know, coming from New Zealand, thinking about how the historical Jesus might sit within a Pacifica community, Samoan scholarship, thinking about what's going on in the theological studies in Suva, in the college there, that embrace of something worldwide. I'm just really wanting to push you to articulate that a little bit more.
Yes, well, it's certainly implicit in the paper is that historical Jesus studies has been too male, too white, and too Christian too long. And one of the things that we want to do is create a table where all voices are welcome and where we're learning. I mean, I think the great tragedy of, well, one of the tragedies is that all of this stuff has been kind of defined as something else and then relegated to the side, and we've missed out on all of those insights. So I affirm 100% of what you said, not just in as ideas, but in the planning of this whole project. So we have certainly wanted to create that kind of space. So I kind of feel like it's better placed for the people we invited to do those discussions, to do them. So all I want to say is yes, absolutely, that's our goal. And we're very grateful that all of you are here to help us carry it out.
So, can you squeeze one more question in?
Okay, can you hear me? I just wanted to give you a chance to expand and maybe see what you think about an extreme version of one of the things that you sort of brought up here, which is the idea that all we have access to are representations of the past. And so, you know, the very pushing that to its extreme, which some people in our field do. And I'm thinking here also of religious studies, everything is a reconstruction, therefore we can't know anything about the past. I do not personally believe that. I believe there are better and worse hypotheses about the past that we can test. So I just wanted to get your sort of opinion on sort of taking that to the extreme and how measured we should be about that.
Yeah, this has come up with several different kinds of discourses that, you know, where the response is, oh, so you're saying we can't know anything. Absolutely not. That is not what I'm saying. And furthermore, I don't think, you know, I had one responded in the SBL one year say, oh, then I'm convinced that you can't do the quest for the historical Jesus at all. No, that's not what we're saying. And furthermore, it is important that this work is done. I was part of a previous project where there was a chapter saying the historical Jesus is irrelevant, and then Dagmar Winter traipsed through the usage of Jesus by Nazi scholars and saying, no, it matters. You know, it very much matters. So, I mean, I know, well, at any rate, moving on. I don't agree at all with the idea that we can't, and the way you described it is, yes, it's an extreme. And also, in my opinion, those ideas live in print. Nobody lives their real life like that. It reminds me of the death of the author movement in literary criticism. Strangely enough, they all copyrighted their books and got royalties. You know, so in practice, it didn't seem to quite work like that. And I, for one, am still interested in some boring old historical discussions, but I want to make sure that we're clear about what we actually can get to and what we can't, and be better about saying we don't know something. Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much, Chris. There were questions online, and unfortunately we couldn't squeeze one in, but we might be able to just raise a question in the break or something like this where I missed them from Zoom. Right, Brandon Massey is going to rewrite the history of scholarship.
Is this okay here? Thank you, James, for that. We are going to...
Excuse me, could you be closer?
I can, yes, sorry. Thank you. We're going to attempt to begin to rewrite the history of scholarship. The next quest for the historical Jesus must account for the social, political, and cultural context of scholarship, accounting for the ways in which historical Jesus scholarship has influenced or been influenced by these contexts. Intellectual histories of the scholarly quest for the historical Jesus have typically separated this history into 3, though sometimes 4 or even 6 divisions: the old quest, the no quest, third quest, and now we even have the next quest. Recent histories of the quest, though, have shown that this 3-quest model has become a failed construct. While it may be admitted that the 3-quest model has some explanatory power and may have been useful in introductory literature and courses, it is no longer viable. However, the shortcomings of this paradigm have not prevented continued use of the model. The next quest will move beyond the 3-quest model and toward a social history of Jesus scholarship. I propose that the next quest adopt a social epochal model as developed by George Steinmetz's in his work on the history of 20th century sociology. Steinmetz's approach helpfully distinguishes between internal and external influences on a field of study. Internal influences include a discipline subfields, university systems, and the relation between the researcher and his or her object of study. For historical Jesus research, this includes things like form criticism, redaction criticism, the social memory approach, differences between the German, British, and American university systems, and the relationship between an individual scholar's theology and the gospel text. External influences, then, are all other social cultural factors that impact the discipline, such as industrial capitalism, neoliberalism, various social movements, and other macro social factors. Steinmetz labeled this approach social epochal as it seeks to, quote, shed light on the sources of the more widespread and implicit ideas shared by all of the actors in a settled scientific field. In my time today, I want to explore 3 ways in which we can begin to write a social history of the quest for the historical Jesus. First, I will attempt to understand the form critics and the post-Bultmannians in light of changes within industrial capitalism in the 20th century. Second, I will examine Howard Thurman's Jesus and the Disinherited and the ways traditional histories of the quest have maligned works that fall outside traditional historical critical methodologies. Finally, I will look briefly at the politics of translation in the framework of the larger aims of the translators of Martin Hengel's work on the Zealots in the context of 1970s politics. So first, the mode of production and the production of Jesus scholarship. In his work on the history of American higher education, Richard Oman argued that in order to understand 20th century scholarship, we must consider the class interest of scholars. Following Antonio Gramsci, Oman argued that the function of the professorate in the 20th century was to train the professional managerial class, in essence reproducing social relationships. In his essay, The Intellectuals, Gramsci stressed that intellectuals do not operate apart from class structures and serve a mediating function within class relations. This relationship between intellectuals and production is not direct, but mediated between society and the superstructure at 2 levels, civil society and the state. In Gramsci's view, the intellectuals are the dominant group's deputies, and although they seek the appearance of independence of thought, they, whether consciously or unconsciously, reproduce the values and norms of the dominant group. Oman observed 3 phases of development within the history of 20th century scholarship, which he tied firmly to developments within the history of capitalism. While the 3-quest model must be discarded as inadequate, it is striking to me that the developments within Oman's model, they actually roughly align with the trajectories and the timeframes of traditional histories of the quest for the historical Jesus. As the next quest seeks to move beyond the 3-quest model, it will situate historical Jesus scholarship within developments in capitalism and the ways in which scholars unconsciously and sometimes consciously reproduce the social relationships and the logic of capitalism. The first phase outlined by Ullman began around 1900 with the formation of a new middle class which was necessary for the preservation of industrial or Fordist capitalism. By the mid-1910s, Ford's philosophies and also the philosophies of Taylor had been exported around the world as economies sought to improve efficiency and output. And this broader economic context provides a setting, and hence the emphasis on a setting, one of many settings, within which the development of form criticism may be placed. The theological, social, and economic commitments of several prominent New Testament scholars are revealed in their participation in the Evangelical Social Congress. It was established in 1890 with two central aims: one, to oppose the Marxist Social Democrat Party, and two, to develop a Protestant ethic that supported industrial capitalism. Initially, these efforts of the Congress were led by Georg Stecker and Adolf von Harnack, though Stecker left and Harnack later presided over the Congress. Notable members of the Congress included Johannes Weiss, who was one of Bultmann's primary teachers, Adolf Deßmann, who was Debelius and Schmidt's teacher, and Ernst Troeltsch. In 1896, Friedrich Naumann and other right-leaning members of the Congress split to form the National Social Association. Was active in the National Social Association, along with other New Testament scholars, including Johannes Weiss and Wilhelm Bousset. One example or point of inquiry into the relation of industrial capitalism and the form critics is the ways in which they present the labor of ancient tradents within the process of oral tradition and the composition of the written Gospels. At the end of the 19th century, a large percentage of laborers were still skilled craftsmen who exerted lots of control over the production process. In contrast, industrial capitalism relied on laborers with little to no traditional skills, who worked long hours at a mundane task and had no control over their work. Under industrial capitalism, and Henry Ford wrote this very explicitly, there were two types of mind: a creative mind like Henry Ford, Frederick Taylor, and other rational managers, and the mind of laboring men and women who were only capable of mundane tasks and who exerted no influence on the products they created. Form criticism developed out of a scholarly tradition that commonly characterized ancient peoples as uneducated and unskilled. Hermann Gunkel stated, quote, "Uncultivated peoples do not write history. They do not have the capacity to reproduce their experiences objectively, and they have no interest in passing on to posterity an accurate account of the events of their time." The form critics likewise characterized the anonymous tradents of Jesus' tradition as, quote, "unliterary, uneducated, unlettered, or illiterate." These descriptors of the earliest Palestinian community and their tradents represent both the anti-Semitism of the area and negative depictions of the working class within industrial capitalism. The de-skilling of the gospel production process did not end with the anonymous tradents, but extended to the evangelists themselves. The evangelist did not assert his own personality onto the framework of the Jesus tradition, for authorial intent belonged to literature proper. Rather, according to Debelius, the Gospels were unliterary writings, and the evangelists were, quote, "principally collectors, vehicles of tradition, editors, whose chief task was simply handing down, grouping, and working over the material which has come to them." For Bultmann, he also stated that the evangelists had no literary ability and simply connected units with the simple chi or the intensified euthus, with place connections, having Jesus go in one scene and out, or with temporal sequences in order to kind of construct the gospel. Thus, all the labor that went into handling the Jesus tradition and the production of the Gospels was considered unskilled labor. And it was the job of modern scholars, those with creative minds, to deconstruct this ancient process. The connection between form criticism and industrial capitalism requires further examination and could also take into account the breakdown of the Markan framework into individual units in relation to new forms of labor processes that split up the labor processes into small tasks. Also, the concept of pure literary forms within an era of production reliant on standardized parts. And to sum this up, I don't want to suggest that the form critics develop their scholarly ideas on the factory floor. Rather, their ideas should be understood not only in the history of biblical studies, but in the context of an age of rationalization of all areas of life. Now, turning to the post-Bultmannians. The historian Eric Hobsbawm described the 3 decades following the Second World War as the golden age of the 20th century. In the wake of the devastation of the war, the world recovered through rapid economic, social, and cultural transformation through the spread of Fordist principles throughout the industrialized world. Post-war Fordism was not merely a system of mass production, but a total way of life that manifested itself in mass consumption, modern aesthetics of functionality and efficiency, internationalization, and, in the quest for the historical Jesus, revitalized hope in the search for the authentic Jesus behind the Gospels. In his social history of Jesus scholarship, Dieter Georgi concluded that the explosion of the so-called New Quest was in part because of its expression of the socio-economic forces of the time, including the end of the New Deal and the rise of the middle class in the US and Germany after World War II. Georgi, however, offered little evidence for these observations beyond a few brief comments, and my intention is to build upon these observations and situate the post-Bultmannians within the Western developments in post-war Fordism. Although the post-Bultmannian movement, and I'd use post-Bultmannian instead of the New Quest here, although the post-Bultmannian movement began with a small circle of scholars in Germany, it should not be limited to German scholars. It included the Scottish scholar John Macquarie, American scholars James Robinson, R.H. Fuller, Schubert Ogden, and Van Alsen Harvey. This international participation led John Cobb to claim, quote, post-Bultmannianism is more likely than any other theological movement to be a shared experience of the German and English-speaking theological communities. The internationalism of this movement was possible, in part, because of the economic and social developments following the war. I want to briefly make 2 observations that situate the post-Bultmannians more firmly within this context. Prior to World War I, German historiography was largely optimistic, but Germany's defeat, along with the humiliating sanctions and reparations imposed by the Treaty of Versailles, exacerbated doubts about the possibility of objective knowledge of the past. This is something that Casemon referred to in several places in his work as well. In the aftermath of World War II, there was a notable break within German historiographical traditions as historians grappled with the multifaceted devastation of the war that included a loss of tradition, a breaking of historical consciousness, coming to grips with the Nazi era, and accounting for the radical socio-economic transformations of the late 19th and early 20th centuries under industrial capitalism. This larger conversation provides a context for the differences between Bultmann and the post-Bultmannians that I think has been unexplored in previous scholarship. Bultmann's reflections on philosophy and the historical method marked a substantial change in New Testament approaches to method. Heinrich Ott praised Bultmann for both rejecting and overcoming positivism in historical Jesus research, and instead stressed Bultmann's decisive contribution that historical events are only historical when combined with their meaning and significance. The Bultmannian combination of form criticism and existential interpretation proved to be influential to post-Bultmannians in Germany, Britain, and the United States. One significant change, however, was a turn back to positivistic attempts to anchor the charismatic Christ to the historical Jesus. The turn to positivism within the post-Bultmannians arises in several ways throughout their writings. The most explicit way the post-Bultmannians embrace this is their assumption that the historical critical method can conclusively establish some facts about the life of Jesus through the application of the criteria of authenticity. The question then is how to understand this turn in the post-Bultmannians within the developments of Fordism. As stated earlier, Fordism is not simply a method of production, but also a way of organizing society around systems of mass production and consumption. As George Steinmetz has shown, post-World War II Fordism produced an environment that welcomed positivist developments across a variety of disciplines, and the historical Jesus studies were no exception. The theological dimension of this turn toward positivism should not go unnoticed. For the question concerning the continuity between the historical Jesus and the kerygma is in many senses primarily theological and only secondarily a question of historical method. The reaction against historical and theological implications of Bultmann's program were certainly the guiding forces behind the post-Bultmannian attempts to establish continuity between Jesus and the kerygma. A second and largely unconscious factor of the post-Bultmannian developments is the Fordist reconstruction of society that provided stability, security, and continuity. Post-war economic policy sought to diminish economic upheavals through the rise in individual wages and the welfare state, reducing financial turmoil for individuals, especially those earning middle and above wages, and allowed them to envision social practices that could be reliably predicted through the application of general laws. However, Moxnes described the master narrative of the New Quest, or the post-Bultmannians, as one of, quote, continuity between the historical Jesus and the resurrected Christ of the church, a narrative within which the present church could inscribe itself. The theology of the post-Bultmannians required continuity between the historical Jesus and the charismatic Christ so that they, as modern Christians, could also stand in continuity with the early church. As Georgi observed, these developments are not coincidental, and the post-Bultmannian emphasis on historical and theological continuity makes sense in a world designed to restore stability and continuity after the devastation of World War II. To conclude this section on here, the economic, political, and social context of the quest provide new avenues for the next quest to explore. Despite insistence on independence of thought, the mode of production and the social structures that arise from it influence scholarship on the historical Jesus. The designation of no quest for the form critical era must be abandoned, and this influential era understood within the major shifts taking place within capitalism and world history and economics. Following this, the post-Bultmannians should be understood both in their relation to Bultmann's program and within major post-war economic developments. The Fordist era began to dissolve in the early 1970s, and a consideration of the relationship between historical Jesus scholarship and post-Fordism or neoliberalism has already been undertaken by James Crossley, Robert Miles, and others. And as we begin to transition to whatever is going to come after neoliberalism, whether it be far-right nationalism, reform from the political center, maybe from the progressive left, the next quest for the historical Jesus must be cognizant of the ways in which it is influenced by these political, economic, and social changes. Turning now to the revolutionary Jesus. The next quest must not only connect scholarship to the developments in capitalism, but it must also understand the role historical Jesus scholarship has played in animating countercultural revolutionary movements and its role in subduing revolutionary momentum. I want to examine the ways in which historical Jesus scholarship influenced or responded to the civil rights movement in America. The civil rights movement sought to abolish racial segregation and discrimination and establish equal rights for African Americans. Martin Luther King Jr. called for nonviolent resistance and civil disobedience to highlight the injustices African Americans dealt with every day. One significant influence on King was the work of Howard Thurman and his presentation of Jesus in Jesus and the Disinherited, a work which has been ignored in previous histories of the quest. And when I say ignored in previous histories, mostly the white European mainstream histories of the quest. It's no secret that histories of the historical Jesus quest have been overwhelmingly centered on white male scholars of European origins. Thus, it's not surprising that there are no references to Thurman's Jesus and the Disinherited that I can find in any of the major histories of Jesus scholarship. The most attention Thurman's historical Jesus has received in these traditional publications was a special issue of the Journal for the Study of the Historical Jesus, celebrating the 70th anniversary of Jesus and the Disinherited. In his foreword, Esau Macaulay observes that one reason for Thurman's marginalization is that while other white Jesus scholars claim to be neutral, Thurman was decidedly vocal on contemporary issues, especially the treatment of African Americans. But as we know, there is none neutral. And as we will see in this next section, scholars regularly use the appearance of neutrality to side with the oppressors against the marginalized of society. Thurman's Jesus book was intentionally outside of traditional historical critical scholarship characteristic of the era. In fact, according to Abraham Smith, Thurman questioned the value of historical critical scholarship in attempts to reconstruct the life of Jesus. Instead, Thurman emphasized understanding, quote, Jesus and his experience with God focused in a deep prayer life, end quote, and sought to expound the religion of Jesus, not the religion about Jesus. While he did not rigidly apply the historical critical method to Jesus' life, Thurman did use historical critical research to place Jesus within his first century Jewish environment. Thurman's declaration of Jesus' Jewishness in 1949 stands in stark contrast to most historical Jesus scholarship of the era. Thurman began with a simple observation of the historical fact that Jesus was a Jew, and notably a poor Jew. In his reconstruction of first century Palestine, Thurman highlighted the fact that as a poor Jew, Jesus was a member of a minority group controlled by an occupying empire, Rome, and this position placed Jesus in the great mass of people throughout history, the poor and the oppressed, or in Thurman's terms, those, quote, with their backs against the wall. According to Thurman, Jesus responded to the oppression of Rome with nonviolent resistance, which ultimately led to his death. It is from this picture of the historical Jesus and his religious practices that Thurman developed his theological and political program of nonviolent resistance. There is, of course, much more to be said of Thurman's Jesus book. Well, I want to briefly talk about its reception, Thurman's influence, and the ways in which the next quest may begin to rewrite the history of scholarship in a way that gives scholars like Thurman their proper due. As Abraham Smith and Thomas Slater have shown, Thurman was ignored for many reasons, including his rejection of historical criticism, the fact that he was Black and taught at a historically Black university in America, and his unconcealed concern to write for the disinherited. The next quest must deal with the embedded whiteness in the discipline, as Wongi Park's presentation earlier this week has already shown, but not only in matters relating to the reconstruction of Christian origins, but the ways in which whiteness has dominated the intellectual history of the quest. Thurman's influence on Martin Luther King Jr. and other civil rights leaders should not be understated. There's even a legend that King carried a copy of Thurman's Jesus and the Disinherited in his coat pocket during the Montgomery bus boycott. It is not an overstatement to say that Thurman's work on Jesus is more culturally and socially significant than Rudolf Bultmann's Jesus book. The next quest will take these contributions seriously alongside more traditional historical critical works and understand their presentations of Jesus and the reception in history within their social political context. And finally, turning briefly to Jesus and the Zealots. While scholars like Thurman posed a nonviolent Jesus as an example in the face of oppression, others presented a militant or revolutionary Jesus consistent with some of the things happening in, say, the 1960s. In his 1967 book, Jesus and the Zealot, S.G.F. Brannon argued that Jesus, though not a zealot himself, held similar views about Jewish independence from Rome, and his aim and mission was not incompatible with the Zealots. According to Brandon, whatever else the phrase kingdom of God meant to the historical Jesus, it certainly looked forward to the achievement of an apocalyptic situation that necessarily involved the elimination of Roman government in Judea. In Brandon's reconstruction, Jesus was a revolutionary who was not afraid to resist the Romans through violence and, after his demonstration in the temple, was crucified for sedition as a would-be Messiah who failed in his attempt to restore the kingdom of Israel. In this final section, I want to briefly look at the reception of Brandon's work and observe the ways in which German books were translated to subdue Brandon's portrait of the revolutionary Jesus. In contrast to Brandon's picture of Jesus, Martin Hengel denied that Jesus was a revolutionary. In his view, Jesus radically opposed apocalyptic Jewish theology of revolution with, quote, agape, the way of nonviolent protest and willingness to suffer. For Hengel, the kingdom Jesus sought to establish was of a spiritual, not political nature, and, quote, true freedom from the powers begins with an inner freedom, end quote. The introductions of the English translations of Hengel's work exposes motives beyond neutral scholarly understandings of Jesus and his political environment. The translators thought Hengel's work spoke to the issues of the day and called for readers to follow the example of Jesus that Hengel presented as the answer to the decade's social concerns, notably notably nonviolence without the civil disobedience of someone like Thurman or King. Robin Scroggs situated Hengel's work as an answer to both European Marxist Christian dialogue and George McGovern's US presidential campaign. The core policy positions of the McGovern campaign included immediate withdrawal from the Vietnam War, granting amnesty to draft dodgers, a significant decrease in military spending and increase in social welfare, completing the promise of the civil rights movement, and enacting environmental protections. So the translators were posing Hengel's Jesus against this type of movement. And it's notable that McGovern lost in a landslide election to Richard Nixon. Similarly, John Ruhlman noted the importance of Brandon's work to the student protests in France, to Black Power movements in America, and to liberation theology. And he observed the significance that Hengel's refutation of the zealot hypothesis held. For both Scroggs and Ruhlman, Hengel's presentation of Jesus' relationship to the zealot party was not only correct, but had significant implications for the ways Christians engage social movements, as it limited advocating for changes in material conditions and emphasized the inner disposition of the individual. The next quest will take seriously the politics of translation, question why certain books are selected for translation and others are not, and interrogate the intentions of the editors and translators, as they sometimes make it very clear in the introductions to their works. So to wrap this all up in conclusion, there's no such thing as an objective approach to the historical Jesus. And as the next quest abandons the three quest a few examples of this type of history that I envision for the next quest. But there are many more ways and vantage points from which this social history can be written. Class conflict, gender, race, empire, theology, the abundance of archival evidence of scholarship and other movements, biographies of individual scholars, etc., etc. Within this social history of the quest, there must obviously be space for intellectual histories based around method, but we cannot continue as if the historical situation and material circumstances of historical Jesus scholars have played no role in their scholarship. Thank you.
Okay, we have a couple of minutes for questions, and we haven't got any online yet, so. Chris, can you?
This is an easy one, Brandon. You've dug in your doctoral work, which I had the pleasure to supervise, but you dug into the history of scholarship to a very far degree. And then in this paper you did as well. I wonder, in all the overlooked stuff that you found, what was the thing that kind of surprised you the most, or raised your eyebrows the most when you came across it?
The most the most overlooked. I mean, the most overlooked or the most surprising, honestly, and I had to cut some sections here that I want to talk about for time, but honestly, it's been the embedded racism around different, the reception of different works and the ways that scholars will present themselves as objective in a way to say that somebody like Howard Thurman or somebody coming from that kind of perspective, their work can't be considered scholarly because it's not quote unquote objective. And there's actually, in relation to both Howard Thurman and Tweedy and James Cone and others, in relation to the Zealot movement, there's a chapter by Ernst Bammel that I wanted to talk about, but I just didn't have time, that when he gets to this era of scholarship and the idea of the Zealots, it is just dripping with racism and like shocking like turns of phrases in a way to just discredit that type of scholarship. And that is much more common than any of us would probably like to admit. And in some instances, and that one in particular, quite shocking.
I think, unfortunately, we'll have to finish there, but there's obviously plenty of time to discuss this in breaks and things like that. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brandon. John Taylor, material culture.
Give me 1 moment.
Have a moment. I will have a moment thinking. Everyone get up and stretch their legs. We were going to do this, weren't we? We were all going to stand and jiggle around. I was talking about this with Mark and Raphael yesterday.
Joe, you sent the material call?
Yeah, I saw we connected on Facebook. So we sat down.
All right, you've had your fun, come on.
Settle, everyone. Right. Now, yes, thank you, James and Chris and Alistair, for everything you've done here. It's really great to be here, and I look forward to hearing all of the rest of the papers. It's already started so well, looking back on things, and I'm going to do quite a bit of looking back as well, because I think we need to know where we came from in terms of questers. So the next quest, however, for the historical Jesus should take account of material and visual culture. In many ways, one may think this goes without saying, because surely people have been taking into account ancient material culture for a very long time. This culture is often labelled archaeology rather than that which is revealed by archaeology, so that one takes account of the archaeology in terms of the historical approach. We have long been used to discussions about this, often revolving around questions of truth in the Bible in relation to truth in archaeology. Shall I ask you to change the slides, move forward? There have been numerous books specifically about Jesus and archaeology, or ones that focus particularly on Galilee's archaeology or Jerusalem in regard to the events of Jesus' time there. In comparison with what is written about archaeology and the Hebrew Bible, however, there have been fewer major points of contention and issues that have arisen in Jesus studies as a result of archaeology. And those that have tend to dissolve once the sensationalist aspects are weeded out. The writers of reliable books on Jesus and archaeology have often been foremost New Testament scholars who are leading lights in the third quest, scholars who are particularly interested in understanding Jesus' context. But in defining material culture more generally, I would like first to reflect briefly on how the study of historical Jesus has used it, not only used the material culture of the past, but also the material culture of the present. In the next quest, it is awareness of the things that have been done with material culture that is particularly important. This is because we internalize various templates formed from material culture when we visualize Jesus and his world. And our visualizations can create frameworks for what we think is possible or impossible, or what is right or wrong historically.
So first of all, just to go back, thinking about the material past, let us remember that the idea of the realia of the ancient world, that the idea that the realia of the ancient world can enable us to understand the Gospels better is very old. It arises in the wake of the Protestant Revolution and is found particularly from the 16th century onwards. At this time, we get Bible tools, cartography, and explanations of terms, places, and meanings. These appear in the Geneva Bible of 1560 and the King James Bible of 1611. Next slide. And there were genealogies and a description of Canaan and the bordering countries, a map by one John Speed, which I wrote about in the 2011 King James Bible Convention volume. A map creates a conceptual frame for a story. Here there are little bits and pieces of the temple you can see at the bottom, or you can stay on that slide, and various an attempt by John Speed to situate places in a real land. There's also monsters you can see in the sea, and a mermaid looking at herself in a mirror, and European ships. But that was actually part of the convention of proper map drawing for ships sailing on the Mediterranean. So this map signaled that this is a real place, this is a real land, but it's called Canaan. Next page. The Canaan that is presented here isn't contemporary Palestine because it draws on the Bible, and in fact the story of there's Jesus Galilee, situated over on the right with Nazareth, Capernaum, and so on, and a little quote from the Gospel of John right underneath this signifier of Canaan. So it's an interesting mishmash of different ideas. But what we have in this map is the implication that Canaan lies behind contemporary Palestine. If we could only see it, we sort of move through contemporary Palestine and see biblical Canaan behind it. So surely somehow in this land it should be possible to find information that would illuminate scripture. Protestants had not totally eschewed travel to Palestine, as I was talking to Alistair about last night in terms of the journey of my friend Henry Timberlake in 1601. But it was very much travel, part of business dealings with the Levant company in Aleppo, or general interest. And there was a sense that being in this place was somehow going to make a difference in understanding and illuminating what they were reading in scripture. This is not the same program as the Catholic one that had established holy places where pilgrims could come to pray, stepping in the footsteps of the saints and recalling scriptural stories. The Protestant mentality was much more forensic. The contemporary quest for reliable material culture to inform biblical interpretation is really founded on the work of such notables as Edward Robinson, a minister of the Congregationalist Church and classical and biblical scholar of Cambridge, Massachusetts, who, with Eli Smith, spent 3 months in Palestine in the year 1838. He identified many biblical places and noted many ruins, including Robinson's Arch, one of the arches supporting the monumental stairway leading up to Herod's Temple platform in Jerusalem, bringing far more information into the toolbox of realia that had hitherto been possible. The underlying quest here for Robinson was to enable this to affirm Christian truth, the truth of the Bible, the truth ultimately of the revelation of Jesus. If sites could be identified, it seems, the truth of the whole Bible could be verified. It was not some fantasy in a fantasy land. But Robinson's quest for truth via material culture went also in another direction, and seeing in the contemporary material culture of Palestinians the nearest parallel to that of biblical figures. This quest for material authenticity that both reached to the relics of the ancient world and the contemporary culture of Palestine directly parallels, in fact, the Jesus quest of the 19th century, and looking to find a more authentic Jesus than the Christ of tradition, especially in the influential work of Ernst Renan, who sought to imagine Jesus as a simple Galilean preacher, as you'll know. Renan's Vie de Jesus, published in 1863, which had 13 editions in the year of publication, quite an amazing bestseller, was about situating Jesus in a supposed ancient cultural milieu, but it was very much influenced also by contemporary Palestinian milieu that Renan encountered. Next slide, I should show you. Renan. We may remember that Renan himself, as a Catholic priest, that controversially drew Catholicism into the same enterprise begun by Protestants such as Robinson. He was directly informed by archaeology, as well as his experience in the Middle East. In 1860, 3 years before he published his book, he led an important French archaeological mission to find remains of ancient Phoenicia, and it was from his base in Syria that he took the journey to Palestine, which he was already writing at this time. Material culture, both past and present, therefore, had a major part to play in his construction of Jesus as a Galilean peasant. Through Renan, it was this curious fusion that lay behind the 19th century quest for the historical Jesus in the work of Renan and others, the material culture being resourced here, however, for authenticity, is not so much the ancient material culture, but contemporaneous Palestinian culture. And a whole host of additional tools were soon available to help that along, from photographic albums of Palestinian scenes available for purchase to other great extraordinary studies like Dahlmann's Arbeit und Sitte in the Palästinische Welt, which was a brilliant study of ethnography, which furnished a massive information about technology, farming and objects, as if it was a window into the ways of life and the material reality of the figures of the biblical past. Accuracy and truth were understood to be the guiding principles here, a marriage between what was observed in 19th century Palestine and the studies of the material culture of the past, found increasingly in archaeology. The quest for authentic realia then soon became a kind of artist's toolkit in Western art, used to create a very different images of Jesus and his world to those of the Renaissance tradition. The real stones of Jerusalem could lie behind their depiction of Jesus, but we would have actually now a Palestinian image of Jesus. With the boom of American, Russian, and European travelers to Palestine, Jesus begins to be depicted in this non-traditional way. This is a painting by Vasily Polinov, a Russian artist who traveled himself to Palestine and used sites and ruins and the appearance of contemporary Palestinians in order to create a radically different picture of Jesus in his time, one that was supposed to be more accurate, a historical Jesus. Polinov himself, like Renan, strongly distinguished between the Jesus of history and the traditional Christ of the Russian Orthodox Church. In this large painting of Jesus and the adulteress, we actually have a Jesus that makes us aware of the legacy of the traditional image of Jesus that we're still wedded to today, that brand Jesus, as I talk about in my book, What Did Jesus Look Like? Jesus is actually not that easy to spot. You have to work on looking at lines of sight to see where is Jesus in the scene. He's got a bit illuminated in the center, but he's not the typical Jesus everyone can go, that's Jesus when you see him in a painting. He's got quite short hair, he's got light brown skin, he's not particularly recognizable in a crowd. But more commonly in the art of the 19th century, Jesus and his disciples are European, even though they will be dressed in Palestinian or Bedouin attire with various accoutrements of Oriental styling. Such visualizations would find their way into Bibles, particularly thanks to the work of Evelyn Stewart Hardy, whose work is not showing there. Can you press it again? Oh, there we go. And her illustrations actually formed a part of the very influential Collins King James Version Bible, which was so mass-produced, and I'm sure many of you will be familiar with these paintings of Hardy, her biblical scenes. And so that scene also will find its way through to films, Cecil B. DeMille, all the way through to actually, Jesus of Nazareth, or all of these great film portrayals of Jesus. He's styled Palestinian, but he's a European underneath this Palestinian accoutrements. Hardy's Jesus has light brown hair, it's not black. Jesus is one of us insofar as the authors of these paintings and texts films were European, and yet Jesus is also Palestinian. Simply changing our image of first century people creates a step towards a more authentic Jesus. We need to remember that even the Oriental Jesus of the 19th century is nothing like what people actually looked like in the first century, even in terms of dress. We are today alert to race, but the wrongness of Hardy's showing of the story of the raising of Jairus' daughter is not just about the girl's blonde hair or the figure's skin colour. Paintings on the walls of ancient Capitolaus, now in Jordan, not far from Galilee, shows us first to second century carpenters and stoneworkers dressed in the garb that was worn everywhere in the Greco-Roman world, and it correlates perfectly with the actual textiles found in sites around the Dead Sea. Their hair is around their ears and neck, and they sometimes have light beards. They are brown-skinned, they wear loose and colourful short tunics. Their clothing is directly replicated in the clothing of people in Pompeii, and it asks us to imagine an ancient culture within wider Syria-Palestina as fundamentally Western in terms of how people looked. There really is no room for a visualization of an Oriental styling for Jesus and his disciples, as I have argued in my book on What Did Jesus Look Like, apart from the distinctive Jewish talith that Jesus wore. So as for ancient material culture, Evelyn Hardy was born the same year as the foundation of one of the most important societies that would illuminate the material culture of ancient Palestine. In 1865, the Palestine Exploration Fund, hold that slide, was created. British surveyors had gone to work in Ottoman Jerusalem to work on a water supply project, a project largely to create safety and comfort for the burgeoning numbers of tourists coming to Jerusalem. And they had a particular emphasis, if you could click again, on focusing on the accurate and systematic investigation of the archaeology, topography, geology and physical geography, natural history, manners and customs of the Holy Land for biblical illustration. But they also emphasized the work should be faced in the same spirit of fearless investigation into the truth as obtains in scientific research. And there's something quite nice about that fusion of, well, we're interested in the Bible, but we really want scientific investigation as well, which sort of feeds into the 19th century quest very much. By contrast, if we go to the next slide, the Palestine Exploration Society in the US was much more influenced by Robinson. And it was all about actually, you go to contemporary Palestine, but what you're interested in is biblical truth. Somehow, if you can establish that there were actual places as mentioned in the Bible and actual people mentioned in the Bible, then you've got biblical truth. And it's the Bible in one hand and the spade in the other, as that particular enterprise was called. I mean, methodologically, it's really weird because just because you've got something like the Pilate inscription mentioning Pontius Pilate, it doesn't mean everything that you have in the Bible mentioning Pontius Pilate is now, hooray, all absolutely true. If we applied the same criteria to the Pilate cycle or the Gospel of Nicodemus, We'd have to believe everything there is true because it mentions a historical figure of Pontius Pilate. So it's methodologically very flawed, but there we go. And if we go to what we can actually think of as correct in terms of methodology, I just want to point to, no, I'm going to skip over Jesus Foundation. The work of Anthony Frendo. And I would advise you to dip into this if you're going to use material culture and archaeology, because what Frendo says is you have to think of archaeology and history and literature as we're dealing with quite different subjects. And when it comes to archaeology, archaeology can't, in fact, ever prove something true. So if you ever get a headline, you know, archaeology proves something true, be very, very hermeneutic of suspicion about that, because archaeology and biblical study have their own tracks and methodologies. Archaeology may correlate with a particular literary telling, but it can't actually prove that literary telling, because it can also possibly correlate with other alternative literary tellings. So that is something that is always a little bit more problematic to prove. But archaeology may not correlate with a literary telling. So archaeology is more likely to prove something false than prove something true methodologically, because two completely contradictory things can't both be true at the same time. But what I would ask everybody to do really in terms of material culture, go on to the next slide, is be aware of how material culture is being used as part of a patterning of sites now in contemporary Israel. You're sent through today that the Palestinian culture of the 19th century is no more. We can't go and see that culture now in the same way as the scholars of former years could. What we do when we come to do our Jesus research and go to Israel and see the sites is we're immediately put in a tourist context, and we pay the money and we go into sites like Capernaum, and it's marketed as Capernaum, the town of Jesus. There's Magdala, the town of Mary Magdalene. You're given a narrative on these signs. It's all about, we take our imagination of who Jesus was, who his disciples were, and we mentally sort of put them in this doll's house. You know, we play with these little figures, we put them in this doll's house of walls, and we have to be quite careful as we do that, and think what we're doing, be conscious of our exercise and what these particular sites are asking us to do. And what I would encourage you to do is try and ask different questions of the walls, try and think what you would like to know of these walls, how you can think about what they say to you. And one of the things, certainly when I go to a place like Magdala and see the fine stonework and personal mikvahot of a place like Magdala, and contrast it with Capernaum, there's some nice personal mikvah with nicely beautifully cut stones going down to it in a very fancy house in Magdala. If you contrast it with Capernaum, what's immediately obvious is this is a really rough place. And nothing is said about that in terms of the signs, but you can see that this is just a place built of natural field stones. There's nothing in terms of beautiful mikvahot or beautiful courtyards in Capernaum, and we can maybe start to ask different questions about why Jesus chose this as his main base. It's a bit like choosing Bedford as your main base to reach out to the whole of England, you know, rather than London. There was a real reason for centering himself in Capernaum, but it's, you know, we have to ask that question. Anyway, with that in mind, I will close. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Have we got any questions? Howard.
Thank you. This was fascinating, John. I just wanted to add a comment on the Palestine Exploration Fund, in addition to what you said. And that is, this was both a biblical project, but it was also an imperial project by England over against the Ottoman Empire, and the map making was a very important part of that project that actually led up to the Balfour Declaration, because it described what was going to be the Israeli context and borders. So I think for the historical Jesus scholars, this is also an important part of the history.
Yes, I totally agree with you. In fact, I skipped over a paragraph in which I talked about the British mandate and the project. It is part of a colonial project, and that's certainly something that we all need to bear in mind in terms of a kind of colonizing of Jesus mentality that has been part of the quest. And this is part of, if we push back against it, we have to think globally, we have to think internationally, we have to think of different ethnicities and people who have been the subject of colonization themselves, and not try to speak for them and create a Jesus that is somehow complicit in the colonizing enterprise. And I've talked about that in terms of the representation of Jesus as a European. Jesus then becomes part of the colonizing project in mission stations throughout the world, where a white Jesus is held up against a brown-black population that are then going to be converted to the colonizers' religion. So yes, it's a huge topic in itself, and I really appreciate that question. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got one question from online and Ronald follow up. So we'll go to the online question first.
Yes, Gabriele Boccaccini poses the question: all methods, all approaches are a product of their age and are ideologically driven. No doubt we will also be judged with the same measure. A lot of work has to be done to reveal the underlying biases and ideological assumptions of past research. Nonetheless, should we also concentrate on what past approaches have contributed to our knowledge of the past, in spite of the political, intellectual, gender, racial, ideological, and social limitations of their age? Question mark.
Yes, absolutely. Good. I agree with that. We can really appreciate all the enormous, fantastic work that has been done in the past, and we should, and it's our work to do that. We're not just simply stepping back and go, oh, we know better, we can critique you for all your biases. And actually, we were talking about this after over dinner. We all have biases. We have not only the biases that we're aware of, but also our unconscious biases. And it's actually a collective enterprise always at any given time to be conscious of these, to think, reflect. It's what Chris was talking about humility. We have to have that in terms of our enterprise, and listen to each other and be prepared to be corrected among ourselves and also from the next generation, because we are all doing what we can within, the constraints of history, as what was his name, Harvey, yeah, who talked about. So yes, I totally agree.
Sorry, this might be too big, but I'm just wondering.
Could you speak up, please?
Sorry. Just to what extent do you think Israel, the Jewish state, has shaped Jesus as being Jewish from the 70s, 80s, and so on? Do you think that there has been some impact?
Absolutely. I think there's the state of Israel, the reconstruction of the Jewish homeland has gone hand in hand, really, with an appreciation of Jesus, the Jew. But I think we still haven't got an appreciation of Jesus as a Jew of colour, and we have to be careful, really, with this sort of. And we're using modern terminology here, but I keep on going back to Schweitzer at the moment. I'm just sort of like, yes, Schweitzer had it all right. that Jesus, we have to approach, certainly for me, myself, as a New Zealand woman, I have to meet Jesus as someone who is not like me. And I think a lot of the time, what happens in the quest is people somehow want Jesus to be like them in some way. And so the more we can appreciate Jesus as different, as a starting point, in a different age, a different, everything about him was very different from now, then we can begin the project.
Thank you.
Anyone want the final question? You got one online?
We do, it's a longer one, I'm just reading it now, so bear with me. Ethics question from Charlotte Naylor Davis. An awful lot of new digs happening in Israel happen in concert with the displacing of Palestinians with archaeology, being used as the reason to not allow people back to those sites. What is our responsibility in the next quest to avoid using artifacts found in or part of that displacement? Do we need a better ethics of engagement with artifacts going forward?
Oh gosh, that is such an important question. It opens up a huge discussion. It's once an item has been excavated, there's archaeological ethics that require that item to be published, and it's then it forms part of cultural heritage, and the UNESCO cultural heritage agreements and other agreements, ECOSOC and whatever, are very much about protecting cultural heritage for the world. So what shouldn't happen is something gets put in a cupboard and not talked about if it has been excavated. But the politics of actual excavation, of what sites get excavated, and the narratives that attach to them, and the displacement of peoples, Palestinians, as a result of those excavations, is incredibly serious. And I think we do need to be conscious of that culture that is taking place within archaeology today in Israel, Palestine, and tread cautiously. It's not okay to just go in and excavate a site unless it's really carefully mapped out in terms of agreements with people, and stay within the borders of Israel, I would say, and be careful about how you see those borders, because there are all sorts of issues of land and livelihood now that you have to be very, very careful about. It's such a big topic. I'm sorry if I haven't answered that question properly for it, but it exercises me a great deal, actually. I've seen it play out very badly, and it is a great concern.
Thank you very much, Joan. We're going to finish there. I think show appreciation for Joan and for Brandon and Chris for an excellent.
Okay. I was previously going to talk about the ways in which we can explain the emergence and the survival of the Jesus movement in social, historical and historical materialist terms, and shift away from the great man narrative of historical change. Now I want to help explain the emergence of the quest for the historical Jesus in social, historical and historical materialist terms by focusing on what we can do with new or newish material. Put another way, I want to look at some of the niche material and see how the micro helps explain the macro in the context of understanding historical change. Is that the sandwiches, Alistair? Oh, I've never felt more relief in my life. Okay, but how also this can reveal something about the kinds of debates that have been overlooked in this process. And interestingly, I think it complements what Joan and Brandon have been saying. Well, whether they agree with that, of course, is another question. As I said on Monday, research into material beyond the standard lives of Jesus has the potential to produce plenty more PhD and post-PhD research topics. I'm going to give one example from the mid-19th century earlier. English artisan and working class radicalism, before I move on to its place in the history of ideas and historical change, and end with some general comments on what sorts of other things can be done with collecting new or newish data. While we can always forgive overlooking archival or niche material because of its relative obscurity, in the case of the working class radicalism of the mid-19th century, this is perhaps less forgivable because we were told. In The Condition of the Working Class in England, first published in 1845, Engels commented on the role of socialists in the education of workers, including the supply of cheap translations of French and German literature. One such translation, Engels noted, was Strauss's Life of Jesus, first published in German a decade earlier. The publisher of the English translation alluded to by Engels seems to have been the radical dissenting Christian Henry Hetherington, with editions coming out in the first half of the 1840s. The fourth edition of Strauss's Das Leben Jesu was about to have another English translation by the novelist Marianne Evans, aka George Eliot, in 1846. However, during the process of establishing the translator and carrying out the translation, there was a lack of awareness of the Hetherington version. As Valerie Dodd showed, Eliot envisaged a middle-class market, whereas Hetherington was aiming his project at the impoverished workers, and two different translations point to two strands of theological and political radicalism. One was composed of enlightened middle-class dissenters, the other of the urban working class. The story of the historical Jesus of the English middle-class dissenting tradition is fairly well known, if not always foregrounded, in scholarship, and was represented not just by Eliot's translation, but previously by Charles Hennell's Inquiry Concerning the Origin of Christianity, 1838. Hennell and Eliot are part of the story of the emergence of the quest for the historical Jesus from the end of the 18th century onward as a Georgi have shown. In contrast to Eliot and Hennell, the story of Jesus of working class radicalism is barely known, if at all. This is understandable, given that the kind of evidence that survives, especially books, is much more likely to come from middle class circles. But there is evidence of working class radicalism that has been ignored or overlooked, and that's in the production of cheap, widely circulated newspapers. Beyond Engels' passing comment, newspaper archives reveal what sort of things were being done in English working class radicalism of the mid-19th century. The major mass working class movement in England of the mid-19th century, and observed by Engels, was Chartism. Jesus was an obvious authority, invoked in articles, lectures, sermons, and outbursts among Chartists and their precursors in the 1830s. Summarising many newspaper articles here, there is a general emphasis on the earthly or human Jesus, with minimal concern for the miraculous, claims to hard divinity, or resurrection, but with a constant emphasis on the relevance of Jesus for the politics of the present. The presentation is also largely consistent, whatever the religious affiliation or not of individual Chartists. This was a Jesus who was the anti-clerical class warrior, who was sometimes a labourer, and who was from and cared for the poor, vagrants, and oppressed. He spoke out against usury, avarice, hypocrisy, tyranny, plunder, exploitation, and the rich. Jesus' opponents were the perceived exploitative and hypocritical middle and upper classes of his day, especially the priests and sometimes the Pharisees, but crucially, never generalized as Jewish opposition. Such groups across time and place effectively slot into their position in the exploitative system. These were seen to be paralleled in the present among opposition from Whigs, Tories, aristocrats, and church authorities of various stripes, Church of England, Catholic, Nonconformist. The stress lay on Jesus' teachings, egalitarianism, virtue, morality, humility, discipline, neighbourliness, and dignity in the face of aggressive opposition. Jesus' death was regularly understood as an example of what always happens to the benevolent reformer, with one front-page editorial of the Poor Man's Guardian, then edited by Hetherington himself, suggesting that Jesus' opponents had to claim instead that Jesus called himself Son of God and King of the Jews because the people would otherwise have sided with Jesus and inflicted summary justice on the wretches of the upper and middle classes. The emphasis on Jesus' stance on violence is reflected in the Chartist tension between moral force and the threat of violence. Sometimes the Chartist emphasis was on peace, sometimes there was more than a hint of Chartist menace. To take a colourful example of the latter, when a clergyman was giving a sermon on the virtues and excellence of Jesus to the prisoners of Durham County Prison, an inmate called Lang, known as Radical Jack of Stockton, stood up and proclaimed, "Sir, Jesus was the first Chartist. He was the best man that ever came into the world. He taught the doctrines of humility and equality and instructed men to sell their garments and buy a sword." For this outburst, poor Jack received 3 days solitary confinement, despite being right. While such understandings of Jesus were not always technically the lives of Jesus in scholarly imaginations, there are indications of ideas of historical reconstruction and emerging ideas about the historical Jesus that influenced Chartist thinking and their precursors in the 1830s. In the newspapers, there's plenty of evidence of awareness of what was called Germanic skepticism, academic theology, as Engels already implied, and there were reports and advertised books for sale relating to lives of Jesus and controversial approaches to the Bible, including Strauss's reconstruction and reports of the treatment or mistreatment of Strauss, Thomas Paine's work, and the English translation of Baron de Holbach's account of Jesus the Charlatan. In 1842, the radical Christian Chartist John Watkins published a series of lectures on Chartism in the Chartist press, including an extended lecture on Christianity and Chartism, where there is a combination of familiar Chartist themes and some indications of ideas about historical reconstruction in relation to Jesus. While we're given an outline of Jesus' life which roughly harmonizes with the Gospels, the first followers of Jesus were able to preserve this outline because it was found in tradition and contemporary testimony, and then later narrated by the evangelists and preached about by Paul and others. We also find overlapping rhetoric with the emerging bourgeois lives of Jesus. Jesus was the most memorable man that ever lived, a good man, if ever there was a great man, a man of genius and virtue. It was he, a gentleman in the true sense of the word. Nevertheless, this great man Jesus was seen to be as relevant to lower order radicalism as it was to bourgeois nationalism. We learn that Jesus was born of poor parents who were forced to flee Herod, and after wandering from country to country, probably in search of work, they eventually settled in Nazareth. As a poor man, a working man, the son followed his father's trade as a carpenter before his public preaching. And note here this quite typical, this worldly father-son relationship, just as an allusion to resurrection was not to the miraculous return to physical life from physical death. Rather, this resurrection was the attempt to extinguish the life of Jesus, countered by his fame that rose from the ashes. Whereas Charles Hennell saw Jesus break through the apparent constraints of his class, Watkins' Chartist Jesus remained a class warrior of the lower orders. Jesus' first companions were poor fishermen, and he spoke in language people understood, parables. Jesus' unpaid reformist preaching involved fearless denunciation of the inhuman rich. Explicit hostility to the wealthy and exploiters picked up on a common enough Chartist theme. Jesus himself was dedicated, loyal, and disciplined in his duty to justice and humanity, in stark contrast to his opponents, made up of usurpers, monopolizers, and oppressors, enemies he wanted to help but in turn resented and killed him. In line with Chartist martyrology, and indeed with understandings of masculinity in some strands of 19th century lives of Jesus, Watkins cast in some detail Jesus as a man of sorrow, of suffering, of sacrifice, who endured as long as he did because of his very goodness, his very greatness, his very genius and virtue. Even at the end, cruelly humiliated and shamed by his unnamed executioners, Jesus still took his ordeal with dignity. After Jesus' death, his followers then spread Jesus' principles and doing justice to his motives, to his conduct, to his character, and likewise faced persecution to the point of Watkins labeling them blessed martyrs. And this is not necessarily have religious overtones in Chartism. It could be a political martyr and blessed. These brave martyrs enabled the spread of Christianity until it was corrupted by pomp, power, and the unholy alliance of church and state, which produced the bastard progeny, bishops and assorted clergy, whether they be Catholic or Protestant. The very system Jesus tried to overthrow had returned, but now was even worse. In other words, there was a self-conscious construction of Jesus in light of the 19th century present and historic ongoing class and political relations. And so, as politics led Christianity astray, so politics can return Christianity to its first principles, and through an analogous movement, Chartism. Both were deemed essentially democratic and opposed to class legislation, class distinctions, class usurpations, and oppressions. And so for Watkins, Jesus was a preacher of a timeless truth, promoting human welfare and happiness, which many heroes and martyrs have fought and died for, and this tradition continues in England in the 18th and 19th centuries, with dissidents particularly, and culminating with the Chartists, who act Jesus-like in the face of persecution and ridicule from the latter-day platter-scraping scribes and Pharisees, who among the priests were the class representation of representatives of opposition to Jesus in Chartist imaginations. The translation of Strauss and awareness of Germanic theology already provide important indications of the background to this interest in this human and historical Jesus among English radicals. But they were plugging into pre-existing influences from English radical traditions, particularly those following the French Revolution onward, and constructing the Jesus movement and its opposition in terms of class conflict and political relations, where Moxnes and Georgi typically focused on the emergent bourgeois lives of Jesus in the development of European nationalism and capitalism. I want to look at the other side of this development. Emerging bourgeois thought was not the only thought to use the historical Jesus, and it could change itself as capitalism developed. Where emerging bourgeois thinkers were in tension with the old aristocratic and feudal ways, so the emerging proletariat could both join in and turn the tradition of a revolutionary Jesus against the emerging bourgeoisie. Of particular importance here is the best known example, who has a different reception in England than in America, and that's the Republican revolutionary from an artisan background, Thomas Paine, who was a major influence on English radicalism, including Chartism, particularly through the Age of Reason, part 1 published in 1794 and part 2, 1795. In Age of Reason, Paine argued that the Gospels were written many years after the purported events. They were not written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and provide contradictory, disordered, and distorted accounts, with some conspicuous silences and omissions when read side by side, suggesting that they were written by unconnected individuals who were not eyewitnesses. The real character of Jesus was something different to this Gospel presentation. While Chartism lacked Paine's polemics towards the biblical text, there were comments made about Jesus that were inherited by the Chartists. For Paine, Jesus was a virtuous and amiable man, a reformer and revolutionist who preached a benevolent morality. Jesus preached the equality of man and against the corruption and avarice of the priests, which in turn brought the vengeance of the priesthood against him. The priests accused him of sedition and conspiracy against the Romans, but as with Chartism, there's no indiscriminate Jewish blame with Paine, I don't think. The Romans had subjected the Jews and demanded taxation, and Jesus therefore contemplated the delivery of the Jewish nation from the bondage of Romans, and therefore the Romans were likely to have had issues with the Jewish Jesus too. Upon this earthly Jesus, Paine argued that Christian martyrologists had constructed Jesus Christ as both God and man, as part of an ancient Gentile mythology, regularly claiming that extraordinary people were sons of God and deified and the result of intercourse between gods and women. Christianity was a product of such Gentile and heathen thinking. The Gospels were part of this process and limited in what they can tell us about what we would call the historical Jesus. In terms of lasting influence, we should recall how popular, in both senses, Paine's work was. Despite or because of attempts to suppress it in Britain, Age of Reason became a sensational international hit, going through multiple editions. Age of Reason was cheap and known among miners, labourers, artisans, as well as political radicals. The varied discontents ranging from reformist to revolutionary in reaction to the economic hardships after the Napoleonic Wars would give Paine's Jesus a renewed impetus. A provocative and likewise controversial presentation of such a Jesus, which engaged with Paine's work, came from Thomas Evans, a printmaker and print colour and brace maker, a product of the radicalism of 1790s London, and someone in regular trouble with the authorities. Evans' controversial work, Christian Policy, The Salvation of Empire, was published in 1816, attacking the impoverishing of the people and making the case for dramatic agrarian reform, with paganism, again, the negative foil. Evans harked back to the popular myth, inherited by the Chartists and very much taken up by the Chartists, of a golden era of Saxon constitutional liberties spoiled by the feudalism of the pagan Norman conquest under William the Bastard in 1066. The pagan Norman conquest could not fully obliterate these constitutional rights, and the English, like the Jews, have continued to struggle for a better world, he argued. The English continued to fight against the tyrannical landowning descendants of the Normans in the following centuries. The impulse towards freedom was understood then as part of an English constitutionalism from below against the ruling class, against the pagan ruling class. The myth of the Norman yoke in the late 18th and 19th century English radicalism was often framed in terms of political, economic, behavioural and cultural values. This involved an indifference to ethnic difference, and it would later provide an alternative and resistance to ideas of a biologically or racialized Victorian English identity. Now, we shouldn't romanticize the rhetoric of these English radicals on issues of race. Clunky language, dubious comments, and stereotypes all remain, as you would expect. And although Jews and Judaism were presented positively by Evans and later Hennell, there were limitations in their construction of Judaism when compared with Jesus and emerging Christianity, even if the continuities were constantly acknowledged. Nevertheless, this was still a myth that helped incorporate Irish background Chartists in the movement. It meant that a figure like the tailor William Cuffey, who came from a slave background, could be seen as a Chartist hero and leader, and even the greatest Englishman because of his behaviour, his cultured use of language, musical ability, class background, and political leanings, while the establishment and satirical press were publishing racist abuse about him. It meant, though, that the Jewish inclusion in the myth contributed to the positive use of generalizing language about Jews and Judaism in relation to the human figure of Jesus. Evans' Jesus needs to be understood against this background of his reading of history. For Evans and others, there were three great eras of liberty in human history, standing against and corrupted by the oppression of paganism generally. First was Moses and his agrarian republic. Second was the Christian Republican epoch, grounded in the principles of the first Christians, who were also enslaved Jews, Evans stressed, when everything was held in common and inspired by Jesus. And third, finally, the last great era was England, led by another great, good and virtuous man, Alfred the Great, Alfred the Good, the third saviour of the world. Evans argued that the territory of a nation is the people's farm. Now, however, people starve in the midst of plenty produced by their own labour and are in the condition of slaves. To remedy the situation, similar to what we would see with Chartism, it required a return to the basic principles of Jesus and Christianity. In Evans' case, so that all feudality be abolished and the territory of these realms be declared to be the people's farm. In this context, we can understand Evans' development of Paine's Jesus. He alludes very directly and mentions him as a good and virtuous man. Jesus was so because he observed the laws of Moses in order to reproduce that harmony and brotherhood so necessary for the well-being of society. As with Paine, it was the pagan Greeks who made Jesus a divinity, not the first followers and not the Jews, because it is well known that Jews were commanded to deify no man, he argued. Evans added what was then an incendiary comment, which went much further than the Paine-style understanding. I'm giving an extensive quotation now that was really taken up in the press. This man, a Roman slave, crucified as a slave, the mode of execution peculiar to Roman slaves, for preaching the seditious doctrine that God was the proprietor of the earth and not the Romans, that all men were equal in his sight and constantly ought not to be slaves to one another, nor to the Romans, for which he was crucified by the Romans. His Hebrew name was Joshua, being a Jew. His name given us in Greek, being Jesus, for Joshua, and Christ for the anointed. Our account of him is also Greek. The first council, called by the Emperor Constantine, having destroyed all the Hebrew writings, to put down the laws of Moses and introduce a new theology acceptable to the court, by whom they were overawed and under whose influence they were induced to adopt the Greek or pagan gospels or writings and reject the Hebrew. The argument that Jesus was a slave with contemporary ramifications was the sort of claim echoed strongly in Chartism, in their clunky, if well-meaning, comparisons and associations with American slavery, American chattel slavery. The subversive potential of Evans' work and his reception of pain was immediately noted by prominent establishment figures. One report felt that the proposals for reconstructing a society as found in Christian policy and Evans' reconstruction of Jesus' ideas should really be called a system of universal robbery, blasphemy, and infidelity. Like the seditions and blasphemies of people like Paine, there was potential for Evans' dangerous delusions to seduce the still more ignorant, and thus this sorry episode might require the intervention of the Attorney General. Paine and Evans were two influential figures on working class radicalism of the 19th century. With more time, I would add more detail on the influence and popularity of politically radical and potentially violent human Jesus tropes influenced by Paine, Evans, and others that were taken up influentially and enthusiastically by the Chartists. But you can read about that in this book. The main point here is that by the time of Chartism, there was a firmly established class-based English radical tradition from below that was conducive to Strauss's controversial work and was part of the relatively common radical reading of the moderately liberal Strauss. The scholarly histories of English historical Jesus scholarship will typically focus on the influence of deists on Romaris and how establishment Anglican intellectuals later dismissed, ignored, and eventually compromised with Germanic developments in historical Jesus studies. But in between were working class and middle class political dissenters of the 19th century who now deserve their place in the history of the quest for the historical Jesus. Reclaiming history from below is a worthy exercise in itself, of course, but this enterprise was not always about representation of the marginalized alone. It was much more. What has been lost in interdisciplinary histories from below is that this was developed, these kind of history from below was developed to explain agency, structure, and change in history, and the historical materialist processes in the transformation from, say, feudalism to capitalism. Here we've noted via Moxnes and Georgi how the human historical Jesus became a bourgeois project, challenging the dominance of the aristocratic Christ of the old order. Where this might be developed further is in the colonial enterprise, and not only how emerging bourgeois Jesuses were part of that. Of course, we should be discussing that. But we should also be discussing and supporting and the detailed historical and archival work involved in colonial engagements on all sides and in a range of cultural contexts. What delving into the world of English working class radicalism also shows us are the emerging contradictions in capitalism between owner and worker, and how the radical human figure of Jesus emerging in full in the Enlightenment was carried on and developed by the English working class. More and more on global engagements with and reactions to European and North American colonialism and imperialism will shed more and more light on these historical processes. And moreover, thinking in such historical materialist terms, it is something we should be doing when thinking about the contradictions and class conflict in pre-modern agrarian societies to explain the emergence of the Jesus movement and trace its long-term developments towards the monarchical Christ through to the historical Jesus, and thereby uniting reception history, history of scholarship, and historical criticism. Let's make historical Jesus studies a totalizing history. As I said, the edgy 1980s are over.
You have 5 minutes for questions.
Is it gone wild online? No. Alva.
Thank you, James. This really shows the importance of doing archival work studies, because I think the history of scholarship on Jesus and then also the reception history studies, like the ones I made myself, are very limited to the intellectual middle class university. So this type of works that have had a big influence emphasis on working class and radical movements, I think is extremely important. And we sit great with the way so there's class consciousness.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, I want to use this as an example of, I mean, this is in one sense just a small period of time covering what, a decade or so, and its precursors and things like this. And you think, if I'm finding this, how much more is there around? I mean, some people have done stuff on similar traditions in the late 19th, early 20th century American historical Jesus studies, and it's featuring amongst radicals there. There's been a little bit, I think, in this radical reception of Strauss in Germany, isn't there, or in Central Europe anyway. But there's just huge amounts of untapped material here. And so when, I mean, obviously you can't do anything too new with the historical Jesus in terms of data, but with this stuff, there's years of research for various different people to be doing, I think. Yeah, thank you, Albert. Whichever you do.
I'm wondering about the archives today. So what are the modern parallels to the social uprisings that were going on in the 19th century today? We have records that generations will be able to access later. Future generations will actually be able to access that in a way that you're able to access archival works.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to answer, really. In one sense, there's going to be an abundance of data because it's online. It depends how that gets recorded and preserved and so on and so forth. So you will be able to do things like that, but it might be quite not uncontrollable. But it's going to be, it's not so easy to locate in a geographical context either. But that will be there. What might get lost in all this, and almost certainly will get lost in all this, is when you look at all the scholarship, people look at the letters of whatever, Scholar X or whatever. Letter writing is practically dead now. So I mean, God help someone having to go through everyone's emails or something like that. But presumably, I mean, that age is going to be fairly tedious. Like, arguments between colleagues, and I'm not attending this meeting, I am attending this meeting. So there's probably not going to be all the kind of stuff you want from that, even if you could get access to that kind of thing. So there will be some stuff lost at that kind of personal level. But yeah, it will be a different type of archival material, certainly, to this. And the unfortunate thing, the newspapers are brilliant because they're now very easily searchable. But we haven't quite, as far as I can see, we don't have that strong tradition anymore of working class newspapers produced by working classes. It's all, with occasional exceptions, we don't have we've got these masses of material there, thankfully, but we haven't got that at the same time. So it's going to be a lot of internet-based stuff, I guess, yeah.
Thanks, James. Just pushing history back a bit further from where you landed. It seems to me there's significant work that still needs to be done in the 16th century and popular resistance and radical movements in continental Europe in the 16th century. Thomas Muntzer, the Peasants' War, and the Anabaptist movement, where recovery of some kind of appeal, certainly to Jesus and the Jesus tradition as the basis for resistance, is embedded. I just wonder whether there's any link. Is there any trajectory from out of the continental European radicalism of the 16th century into the kinds of movements that you've been describing?
It's a bit of a controversial issue. Can you trace an not always, you have in the sense that you can do it directly as so-and-so is using the person before them and things like this. And a lot of this kind of construction of an English radical tradition is taking off in the 19th century. But I don't think it's completely out of the blue, because in some level this stuff is being perpetuated and continued and so on and so forth. There are people doing, a number of people doing some quite interesting work now on pre-19th century origins of the quest, and everyone keeps saying, "Well, I found one further back." So this is going to get quite this is actually going to get quite interesting. And yeah, you were always going to find precursors, but there is something interesting going on in the 17th century, I think, because there is a lot of challenges, wild challenges from all sorts of directions to inherited notions of Jesus, and it's all in, you know, the upheaval of the English Revolution or Civil War is producing some of this. It can produce some really highly elevated Christ, interestingly, but also challenges to the gospel narrative and things like this. And so Christopher Hill once argued, I mean, I think he overstated the case on some of it, but the precursor to the Enlightenment and gospel criticism should be seen in the English tradition of the 17th century.
Thank you, Garen. Our next presenter is Taylor Petrie, who will present on body and embodiment. And I should say that Taylor was one of the first people that, when we wrote, he said, "I don't do historical Jesus studies." Why? And the response was, "We know you don't. So come try." So thank you, Taylor, for accepting the invitation.
Thank you, James and Alistair and everybody who's put this together. It's an honor to get to think about this important topic with all of you. I'll begin with the formulaic opening. The next quest for the historical Jesus has to account for the body and embodiment. Such a statement may seem surprising. Indeed, from one perspective, it's possible to conclude that the tradition has been obsessed with Jesus's body. From questions about the sort of substance to the kinds of pains and pleasures it was capable of, how it was conceived, its race, gender, and abilities, how its other practices that it engaged in, Jesus's body has been scrutinized for theological and normative guidance, and may be one of the most enduring theological questions up to the present day. The interest suggests that within this theological framework, the truth of Jesus's body reveals something important about the truth of his identity. The Chalcedonian doctrine of the two natures, the human and the divine, with all its limitations, proclaimed a serious commitment to the body and flesh of Jesus. With this particular tradition, while this particular tradition is primarily a theological project, such ideas have served as the basis for some confessional investment in the historical study of Jesus. Perhaps because of this long-standing theological investment, scholars of the historical Jesus have not clearly defined the body as a point of historical inquiry. Perhaps they have adopted the modernist view of the body, that any body has no real history. Bodies are natural objects and as such escape the social world of historians. But beginning in the 1970s and 80s, the somatic turn in sociological and historical fields denaturalized the body and increasingly saw it as a cultural production that could be studied in new ways. Questions of power, ontology, representation, bodily practices, health and healing, gender, sexuality, class and race, and more have given new data and interpretive insight to something that had previously been taken for granted. For several decades now, studies of the body have flourished in the closely related fields of classics, ancient Judaism, and early Christianity. The treatment of bodies and embodiment overlap considerably with other important fields and topics covered in this conference, including purity, resurrection, disability, healing and miracles, material and visual culture, gender and sexuality, demons and spirits, race and ethnicity, ritual, slavery, violence, and trauma. Everybody's doing bodies, apparently. Okay. While each of these topics deserves special treatment, there is some benefit from reflecting on the intersections and overlaps of these fields as they relate to the broader category of the body. The next quest for the historical Jesus has much to gain from these fields. What follows is a proposal, or one might say a prospectus for more research, a guidepost for a post-biographical next quest. If we cannot be sure about our answers, we can at least strive for the best questions. It's useful to first define the terms body and embodiment. This isn't straightforward. In fact, these are some of the most contested theoretical questions. The body is the preferred, these terms seem like synonyms, but they've come to be a shorthand for a methodological division in the field. The body is the preferred term for social construction theories in sociological and humanistic approaches to the subject. By contrast, embodiment is the preferred term for phenomenological approaches. Some have argued that social construction approaches to the body that focus on the categories by that focus on the categories by which the body is defined and regulated are in tension with a phenomenological approach. The former is invested in politics and social conditions of the body, while the latter might offer a richer understanding of how one navigates and experiences the world beyond the mind-body dichotomy. The former sees the body as an epistemological, discursive, or linguistic production, while the latter sees the body as a lived ontological reality. These debates are ongoing. For instance, trans theory has become one place where these competing approaches to the body are playing out. The body and embodiment seem both ubiquitous and yet often invisible in the various quests. This is in contrast to Pauline studies, for instance, where titles on the body are common. The somatic turn in all of its varieties has not been entirely absent in the studies of the historical Jesus, though its absence has been a point of commentary. In his 1998 essay on body in the influential volume Critical Terms for Religious Studies, William Lafleur points to early 20th century approaches to the historical Jesus, especially Rudolf Bultmann's demythologization project, as removing, quote, the pervasive, often embarrassing somaticity of everything, including a bloody crucifixion that had been important in the New Testament. Bultmann, for instance, interpreted the public torture of Jesus's body as indicative of an inner transformation of the self. As Stephen Moore charges, quote, one would be hard-pressed to find a Protestant New Testament scholar more squeamish about the blood of Jesus than Bultmann. Set in a larger context, Robert Orsi has argued that the question of Jesus's body is the defining question of modernity itself. Protestants embraced a modernist paradigm of a symbolic representation in their interpretation of Jesus's Eucharistic logion, this is my body. In this framework, Catholics held to an anti-modernist perspective that affirmed that the bread was actually the body of Christ transformed. If the idea of the somaticity of Jesus and the stories of the Gospels was downplayed in the first quest, and it's probably worth revisiting more carefully whether and how this is the case, one can say that attention to bodies and embodiment have emerged as features of more contemporary studies. Often, these efforts have focused on problematic binaries and categories such as between flesh and spirit, Jew and Christian, natural and supernatural, and more. Scholars of the historical Jesus have given attention to key areas in the reports about Jesus's life and death, including controversies over healing miracles and exorcisms, conflict over table fellowship, ascetic practice, or disputes about purity, and of course the resurrection. These conflicts are often taken to be a contest of ideas about the Torah, or perhaps even contested ideas about who has authority to teach it all. But they often do not note that the terms on which such a question hinges, healing, purity, ritual, and so on, are bodily matters. That is, these studies represent an intellectualizing trend in the analysis of Jesus and traditions about Jesus that see his location within Judaism as a matter of adherence to an intellectual framework which continues to sideline the body as the matter at stake, even when it's the central issue. Of the many different directions that one might take this kind of research, I've picked out two that I think might illustrate some important options that relate to the logia about bodily modification to avoid temptation. The first example considers how we might think about the presence of the body in this period, the body as a site of formation of the self. In his essay from a quarter century ago, Advocating Body Studies and Religion, Lafleur focuses on what he calls the practice of religious redesign of the body. In this view, Lafleur points to how scholars might train their attention to the religious traditions that emphasize bodily modification. In this case, the body is conceived of as a laboratory to accessing experiential states. He contrasts this with another pole in religious practice that insists that the body not be modified in any way. With respect to Jesus, such bodily modifications and practices would one's hand or gouging out one's eye and so on. This vision of the body as a limitation is also a vision of the body as a source of potentiality, of becoming. The body is a tool of transformation which may be trained to modify the self. One of the interesting debates that's emerged in recent decades is focused on how to evaluate these putatively disciplinary techniques when they also become the means by which individuals or groups may express agency. In these contexts, agency is often considered a practice of resistance to or within a cultural system. Yet notions of agency as resistance have been overly reliant on the autonomous liberal subject. Foucault and others eroded this concept by revealing how discipline was often packaged as agency itself, as the self-regulated subject was depicted as free. Saba Mahmoud's influential evaluation of Muslim women's veiling practices showcased the contestation of the meaning of veiling as either evidence of oppression or agency to different groups. This sort of attention to the body has the potential to break out of some of the reigning binaries in historical Jesus studies, such as resistance and oppression, for thinking about a more expansive approach to theorizing power. Next, I want to examine a more narrow question about Jesus's body. Obviously, the positivist quest for such a thing, whether material or descriptive, runs into a number of limitations. But asking a different question still might be useful. When and why does interest in Jesus's appearance, his gestures, and a rich description of his body begin to matter? The gospel accounts of Jesus are replete with attention to bodies and embodiment, from Jesus' own miraculous conception and paternity, the Word becoming flesh, his healings and exorcisms, touch, travel, rituals, consumption of food and drink, transfiguration, corporeal punishment and execution, resurrection and transformation, abilities to pass through solid substances and appear and disappear at will, and so forth. At the same time, by our expectations, perhaps descriptions of bodies seem glaringly absent in these texts. There is nothing comparable in the Gospels to the famous physiognomic description of Paul's visage and stature in the Acts of Paul, which describe him as bald, with a unibrow, bow-legged, short and round, with hollow eyes, appropriate physical qualities for his physiognomic persona, his spiritual persona. For Jesus, there is nothing that describes physiognomic qualities that would allow listeners to form a mental image of him other than his Jewish male body. Otherwise, there is no ekphrasis or detailed description of Jesus or any of the main characters. Further, there are very few descriptions of gestures beyond touching, sometimes a turn, washing hands, and an occasional description of clothing. Descriptions of bodies at all are relatively rare in these texts. The lack of any description of Jesus's body, not only in the canonical Gospels, but in the first several centuries of Christian literature, is still noteworthy. Joan Taylor's literary and art historical book, What Did Jesus Look Like?, examines this problem in some detail. She notes that it would have been possible to invent a tradition of Jesus's handsomeness. Further, if he were ugly, this too would have conformed to the suffering servant description, that this individual would have no form nor comeliness, and when we shall see him, there is not beauty that we should desire him. In fact, a contested tradition did develop in the 2nd and 3rd century around whether Jesus was ugly or not. What might it mean to shift our question to ask why it mattered and how different factions negotiated this question? According to her classic study, Elizabeth Evans points out that the Hellenistic development of biography showed that, quote, description of personal appearance was an essential feature of at least some biographies. Suetonius made extensive use of such descriptions in the lives of the emperors to convey whether they were good or bad, placing such descriptions at the end of each biography. Plutarch's biography of Alexander is another key example of the process, where the physical descriptions of Alexander, including his gestures, are designed to underscore his claims to divinity. Livy describes the effect of the appearance of Scipio Africanus as not only, quote, tall and stately, but that his long hair added charm. He was masculine and soldierly, and his age was exactly at the height of physical strength, and he exhibited a youthful bloom. Other ancient writers, however, were uninterested in these descriptions. There was no universal expectation that biographies contain a linguistic portraiture, though the trope did gain gradual popularity. What may be needed is a fresh study of the presence and absence of physiognomy in ancient bios literature. If we take Robin Faith Walsh's hypothesis that the Gospels were produced by educated elites interested in Judean teachings, practices, and paradoxographical subjects who may or may not have been devotees of Christ, what does the absence of physiognomy mean here? How might we situate the relative inattention to Jesus's body and physiognomy and ekphrasis as a type of practice of ancient writers? Is this evidence that helps us to better locate the social situation of its authors? Further, how might we think about this lack of description as informing our ideas about memory? Is there an ideology of the body in its absence, in the lack of worry about it that we might detect? One place where we do see descriptions of the bodies of characters in the Gospels is in several of the healing and exorcism stories. It is also here that we see another branch of physiognomic analysis. The presumed connection between body and soul suggested that the body could be a guide to understanding the interiority of the person. The emotions, for instance, manifested on the body, especially the face, to communicate the person's interior state without words. There are numerous telltale signs in the physiognomic literature in the eyes, mouth, voice, skin, and more. There's also in the teaching tradition of Jesus some distrust of the relationship between the inner and the outer, the body and the soul. Jesus reportedly offers instructions on fasting that speak negatively of hypocrites who disfigure their faces so as to show others they are fasting. In contrast, Jesus suggests that one should disguise their fasting by presenting oneself well to the outside world. God will then see and provide a reward as opposed to receiving public attention for an act of piety. Are there other such challenges to the physiognomic register? According to the ancient reports, the most important sign of insanity is extreme and convulsive mobility. Frenetic gesture, as opposed to slow, calm, and dignified movement, read as madness to the keen interpreter. But this body is not wholly other. As Maria Girolamo explains, as it appears in Greek tragedy and epic, the mad body is depicted in ekphrasis neither as contemptible nor as alien. On the contrary, it becomes a source of a sign of knowledge concerning the darker side of human existence. Might we see a pedagogy about humanity in the representations of these bodies? Michael Parsons' evaluation of Luke Acts shows some possible examples here. Some of the healing stories and others drew on this ancient physiognomic consciousness. In these cases, Parsons argues that Luke Acts subverts those expectations by giving positive descriptions of these characters. We return once again to another key description of bodies, the one-handed, one-footed, and one-eyed bodies Jesus recommends. What are we to make of this disfigured flesh? These passages have overwhelmingly been interpreted as metaphorical and therefore not real bodies worth discussing. Even in this context, these passages are then read as punishment, self-inflicted punishment for sin and to avoid sin. But Candida Moss has persuasively noted that these amputations are preventative, not punitive. Severing a limb in order to save the whole body belongs to medical and therapeutic, not juridical practice. In fact, these disfigured bodies could be signs of distinction and valiance in war. Rather than seeing them as disciplinary, what is the place for these bodies in the physiognomic landscape? Moss has suggested that this promotion of mutilated bodies over whole ones, quote, set aesthetics on its head. How might we think about these challenges to the physiognomic consciousness in broader cultural consciousness? I conclude aware that I have raised more questions than answers, but optimistic that the variety of body studies approaches might have something to offer the next quest. These look at representation of the body and the self, and centering the body in the analysis of ancient literature. Prior quests have been in search of the authentic aspects of the tradition with numerous criteria or authors behind the texts as expressions of their social situation. These ambitious projects have bumped up against significant limitations and questions about their scholarly legitimacy in recent years. They tend to replicate biographical interests or community constructions, often on a narrow set of issues. Instead, future approaches might consider a new set of questions. For instance, what does the relative presence or absence of the body as a feature of these narratives do? What is at stake in such narrative elements? What are the points of convergence and divergence in the record, and what do those points tell us about the elasticity of the tradition? How might the relative presence and absence of discourses about the body help us to socially locate these texts? And how and why do these represent the body and its potential? Which bodies matter and why? I think that questions about redesign of the self can expand the way that we think about the historical Jesus and the disputes in the Gospels about ritual, purity, health, asceticism, and resurrection. Body studies, of course, are well-trod approaches in adjacent fields, and their careful application to the Jesus material should be insightful because they too decenter the biographical. Second, I've suggested that further attention to the relative presence and absence of the body, of bodily ekphrasis, including a possible skeptical reception of the physiognomic literary conventions, might help us think about the texts about Jesus and Jesus's teachings. These, among others, should be important themes in the next quest. Thank you.
Thank you, that was really lovely.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed it. Just thinking about the absence of physiognomic descriptions,
Yeah.
we're in a culture in which some of these images of people were very well known through statuary and portrayals. So I wonder, I just want to sort of push back on that. So it's thinking we have to think holistically as literature as one type of memory.
Yeah.
But then there's other kinds of memory, and the visual is so important. It actually makes me think, you know, the issue of Jesus not being actually described. The Carthaginians were creating these portrait busts of Jesus.
Oh,
and where did this come from in terms of the memory of Jesus? Was there something, you know, we're dependent on what survives.
Yeah.
and even though I identified, oh, there's no description of Jesus, it could very well be that something that doesn't just survive, like the Acts of Paul, Thecla describing Paul, could have described him.
Yeah, yeah. That's fascinating. And to think about the interaction of the material and the literary cultures around, of course, not just Jesus, but other ancient figures as well. To what extent is Suetonius working off of the busts of the individuals that he's talking about to sort of describe them, right? Or the coins that we have that depict these various figures. Yeah, so I think that's a really interesting angle. And of course, you're right, there are no surviving descriptions. It doesn't mean that there weren't any, you know. But it wasn't a popular convention, at least not for a while, as you have noted, right? So you know, I'm curious about trying to situate that absence as a feature, not necessarily just an accident, you know, but as a feature. Is there some intentionality to the absence there that we might think through?
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have a question from Megan Henning, I take it.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Taylor, for this really engaging paper. I'm most grateful for the way that you engaged the body here. And of course, I agree that we should center questions of the body and the way, particularly the way that it's used rhetorically by the gospel authors. I was struck and had a question about the way you think that the physiognomic representations engage with other representations of the body in the broader culture. This is kind of a hot topic among people who are doing work on disability studies in antiquity in particular, because of course the physiognomic descriptions have a certain register in society. And so what is it really struck me when you were talking about madness as not sickness. I think it's interesting to think about who in the broader culture would be that have a vested interest in that portrayal or that perception. And it seems to me that at least in some of the medical literature, it is still seen as a sickness. And so it does seem that the broader cultures, it seems that there are multiple, what I want to say, I guess, is that there are multiple discourses of madness in antiquity and play. And I don't know what to make of that yet.
Actually, I was about to say the exact same thing. that one of the ways that I think that we can complicate the simplistic narrative that we've gotten about physiognomy has been to sort of take for granted that these were universal, or that these were the elite ways that everybody thought about it, because the tragedies tell a different story, right? The medical literature tells a slightly different story. The physiognomists don't all agree among themselves necessarily. So I think that kind of teasing apart a sort of sociology of the body in antiquity would be a really useful project to kind of complicate some of these singular studies of discourses that we sometimes get. And so I think that you're absolutely right to kind of point to conflicting stories, but I want to put those into conversation rather than just everybody's just only talking about their one little subset of literature.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Taylor.
Yeah. Two coming up simultaneously. All right.
Just a quick question. This just popped into my head. I'm not even really sure how to formulate this, but we have descriptions of Christ in Revelation, right? And so everybody always says we have no descriptions of Jesus in the Gospels, but that's reinscribing that whole thing that somehow these Gospels are, this tradition that we've inherited that might have this historical core, but Revelation is something very different, mythical or whatever. So I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on why can't we just, even if we did have any physical descriptions in the Gospel, why would that be any better than what we have in Revelation, which is weird, but the Gospels are also weird as well. So.
Yeah. I had completely forgotten about that representation, that story in Revelation. So thank you for reminding me. And as somebody I know that we talked that you've been working on Revelation a little bit. I'd love to kind of bend your ear on it. So I don't have any initial ideas about it, but yeah, that may be the earliest one that I can think of. Yeah, fascinating. Did you want to weigh in?
Well, I think it's symbolic. That's a symbolic description. That's why.
I'm sorry, could you step to the... Get out of the way, Raphael.
Yeah, this is usually understood as symbolic representation here, as white as wool being old and something. Every part of that description has significance and meaning. So that's where I grappled it out there. Okay.
Thank you so much for that paper. I'm wondering if you've thought about, as we are expressing the importance of the next quest, situating our apprehension of knowledge about the historical Jesus, not just peeled away from the tradition, but through the tradition and whatnot, if it's also worth considering not just Jesus' body, but also the bodies of his followers as vehicles of the tradition, and what they do in everyday situations, like expressing the tradition as somebody is teaching or performing or reading, that there are bodies involved in that, and then in more unusual situations as we get into martyrdom accounts, Stephen in Acts 7, or Polycarp, whatnot. So thinking about not just the body of Jesus, but the bodies of the community as vehicles for this memory. I think that's a question.
Yeah. No, it's exactly on point. We have no access to Jesus's body. We have no access to the bodies of the disciples or any of those. They're representations, right? And so talking about the representations of those bodies, of the body as a topic itself, would certainly be more inclusive than just Jesus's body or a few selected bodies, because you want to put those into conversation throughout the texts themselves. So yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
I have one more from me.
Okay, all right. I thought everyone's going to be ready for lunch. There's going to be no questions. All right.
Our bodies are hungry. Taylor, thank you. I'm wondering about the time that Jesus refers to his own body, and you alluded to this at the early part of your paper, but this is my body with broken bread. And then the interior of his body represented in wine, going in that direction. You alluded to it when talking about understandings of transubstantiation and how Jesus is represented there, but in maybe moving beyond that, you have further thoughts about Jesus describing his body in that way.
Yeah. So many of the, and again, I may be a little off on this because there are people who spend all of their time doing historical Jesus and I don't, right? But it seems that my recollection of so much of the studies on the Eucharistic meal are kind of trying to situate it in, Jewish liturgy or other kinds of traditions. And so hadn't really, and it maybe wisely had sort of set aside those questions about what does Jesus mean, because it had been such a fraught theological topic, right? And it may be worth coming back to that with fresh perspectives and a sort of post-theological framework for evaluating some of that. So I think you outlined a great project for somebody to spend some time on, right? Yeah.
Taylor, I'm going to take organizer's privilege here to ask you a quick one. Something that kept popping in my mind when you were talking was the interpretation of body language, which seems to be like an inevitability in the reception history. As somebody who grew up in the church, I heard this all the time from the pulpit, whether when Jesus reaches down to Peter's hand, whether he's looking at him like, oh, you let me down, or hey, you did a pretty good job, let me help you out. I mean, it totally changes the way that you do things. And you see this in the early visual receptions. Jesus is constantly holding his hands up like this as a teacher, and that it makes him look more wise and calm and philosophical.
Yeah.
I mean, this is in the early visual. So how would this fit into the new questions that you're asking? It almost fits kind of with what Mark is talking about, everything that we don't have, because but it seems to be inevitable. I mean, the physiognomic stuff is one thing, because we know that's happening all the time, but the little interpretation of body language.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts?
When I initially started working on this, I thought gesture is the place that I'm going to try to spend a lot of time on. And there was so little, again, we sort of take for granted, like, oh, there's going to be something. But it often just seemed very bare to me, at least in my expectations of how little there was, even in some of the healing narratives. He touches them or he gets touched, and that's about it. It doesn't say where or how or for how long or, tenderly or hard or, we don't get any kind of adverbs or anything there.
Right.
So sometimes it just feels really thin there. But I think that you're right that the way that those different, the way that the gestures get interpreted differently, I think that's such a great example. The Peter example is a great one. Others about people prostrating themselves before Jesus. Those are some of the gestures that we do see there, right? How do we interpret that? How are we expected to interpret that, at least? So I think that there's a lot more to be said about that. At least in my initial survey, I couldn't really find somebody who had studied gesture in the text. Maybe I've missed it, but yeah. Great.
Thank you, Taylor. We'll take a break now and come back to 9 p.m. our time.
Okay, back on time, excellent. And we're ready to go. And for session 3, we're going to be, Mitzi Smith will start us off on what I think could be the defining topic in historical Jesus for, well, a long time to come.
Wish I had a stool, but anyway. Yes. So the next quest for the historical Jesus must take seriously the Lucan witness that a doula named Mary gave birth to a baby boy named Jesus. It would not be lost on ancient readers that a freeborn, enslaved, freed, or colonized, that a doule gave, oh Lord, let me see. Got a typo in my second sentence. Let me start over. What I want to say is it would not be lost on ancient readers that when a doule gives birth to a child, the child is a doulos, a slave, right? But dominant scholarship rejects the material reality of Mary's enslavement, signified by her self-identification as a doule, in favor of a metaphorical reading. But the addition of the words of God or of the Lord need not preclude that Mary testifies simultaneously to an existential dilemma and a lived reality as well as a metaphorical one. It is inconceivable, maybe pun intended, to dominant interpreters that Mary could be an enslaved female virgin who gives birth to an enslaved child named Jesus. This inconceivableness is reified in the translation-interpretation of doule in the birth narratives of the NRSV, and quite disappointingly, but not unsurprisingly, in the NRSV NRSV, the updated edition, right? That continues the conservative tradition of translating doule as servant. While feminist scholars like Jane Schaberg and Marion Kartzau take seriously the coercion and violence Mary experiences and the historical context of enslavement signified by the word doule, they conclude that it is metaphorical. Both Kartzau in her text on slave metaphors and Jennifer Glancy in her book, Slavery and Early Christianity, mention the one feminist scholar of which I am aware, Winsome Monroe, who treats Mary's identity as a doule literally. Glancy finds Monroe's hypothesis unconvincing and ambitious, but provocative. Kartzau states that while most scholars disagree with Monroe, she finds her ideas interesting and hopes, quote, interpreters will follow up on her thoughts, unquote. In my recent essay, quote, Abolitionist Messiah, born of a doule named Mary, unquote, in Bitter the Chastening Rod, which I also edited, I build upon Monroe's work. In Monroe's 1998 book, Jesus Born a Slave, The Socio-Economic Origins of Jesus' Message, published posthumously by Mellon Press, she agrees with womanist New Testament scholar Clarice Martin that scholars should never translate doulos or doule euphemistically. Monroe's approach uses the overall criterion of historical plausibility, broken down into categories like disparaging implications, that is reading against, that it is against the grain, environmental plausibility, that it didn't occur in a vacuum, multiple attestations, and so on. You know, the master's tools don't always get the master's attention. She argues that the historical Jesus was likely born enslaved and practiced his itinerant ministry as a fugitive. Although Monroe used historical Jesus tools of the day, historical Jesus scholars, it appears, ignored her work. I could not locate a single review of Monroe's book. I look forward to speaking with Dr. William Pullman about the book's reception. He was responsible for getting for submitting the final book manuscript to the publisher. It was accepted for publication shortly after her, before her death. Monroe wrote in her book, quote, "My goal in publishing my findings is not to produce unquestionable certainty. If I can do no more than persuade my readers that my hypothesis is to be taken seriously as a viable possibility and not summarily dismissed as absurd, I shall have achieved my end," unquote. Monroe was conscious and open about her own contextual and subjective reasons for writing. She wrote, quote, "I do not deny that my personal background, experience, interests, and commitments probably predispose me to consider my hypothesis plausible enough to investigate. As a woman and a longtime feminist of a third world racial elite committed to the South African liberation movement, I am conscious of being by social location both an oppressor and oppressed. Though of a family deemed white, I am descended both from a slave ancestress and from colonial slave owners. Even before learning about my own slave connections a few years ago, I had long been aware of the profound influence of slavery on South African society, and that on a submerged level of consciousness, South African whites in general view and relate to our Black people, unquote, in much the same way that slave-owning populations have to their slaves through the centuries. The result is that I am predisposed to discern certain features of slave-type societies and of slave owner-slave interaction in the New Testament. My South African political background predisposes me to look for and to recognize the influence of materially based class and ethnic interest and conflict on the text, as well as the dynamics of structural power relations in and behind the text, unquote. And she goes on to share more about her family background. Monroe was a liberationist activist exiled from her home country. And that's why she was working in the US. I am interrogated by white scholars about the relevancy or necessity of the proposal that Jesus was born an enslaved man. It says, and so I will give that relevancy up front before I go on. It says to oppressed communities living daily with their backs against the wall and whose ancestors were enslaved that God had flesh in the game. And really, most ethnic groups, if not all, have enslaved ancestors, as Toni Morrison reminds us, and as Orlando Patterson documents. God did not spare God's own son from living like the most vulnerable in the world. Or as Alan Callahan argues in that same book, Bitter the Chastening Rod, Jesus lived and died like a thug, without shelter, inheritance, land, or net worth. He came into the world with nothing and left with nothing. Like Monroe, I take seriously Mary's claim to be a doulet of God. I take it literally and metaphorically, interpreting it in the context of Jewish and Roman enslavement and in the literary context of Luke. Unlike Monroe, I do not use the criteria of previous quests of historical Jesus scholarship. I have had no interest in those quests until Amy Jill Levine invited me and 3 other non-historical Jesus scholars to present papers on Jesus and slavery at an SBL panel years ago. I argue that at least the carefully researched testimonial narrative of Luke's gospel wants his readers to know that Jesus was born an enslaved man. an enslaved child. Given the context in which Luke's readers lived, they would not have missed it or would have found it hard to dismiss. As a D-Min student, J. Lee Hill, blurted out in my Ancient Slavery, New Testament, and Modern Slavery Narratives course, quote, "We might be looking at a slave narrative," unquote. After a momentary pause, I responded, yes, indeed, we might be reading the biography of an enslaved man named Jesus. I want to further explore the metaphorical use of doulos and doule. We can view the addition of the words of God or of the Lord to doule or doulos as subversive and mitigative of violence, real violence, loss of autonomy, and vulnerability, especially in a moment of crises, such as an announcement to an enslaved virgin girl that she will conceive and give birth to God's son. When the shepherd of Hermas, his master, sells him to a mistress named Rhoda, or when a freeborn woman named Thecla in the Acts of Paul and Thecla is seized by Alexander, who attempts to rape her, and in the moment of capture identifies herself as a slave of God. Their enslavement is material, metaphorical, subversive, and mitigative. I also argue in my essay that as required of enslaved persons in a Jewish household, Jesus is circumcised, participates in the purification ritual, while Monroe participates in the purification ritual, while Monroe argues that Jesus was likely an enslaved man and later a fugitive slave. I have argued that he may well have been a freedman at the age of 30. The age of maturity, or even manumission at the death of Joseph, his father, and perhaps his master, and therefore free to engage in itinerant ministry. It's interesting that his gospel is the only one that identifies him by age and just in front of the genealogy of Joseph, right? We find something similar in Abraham's case. Luke's Jesus sees his ministry as proclaiming release to the captives. I see him as an abolitionist type. Abolitionists advocate for freedom in slave societies, even if they end up dead, never physically free anybody. He died a death typically reserved for the enslaved, which I have argued in my essay, He Never Said a Mumbling Word, which likely included castration. He eats with sinners and tax collectors because he is considered one of them. Josephus claims that God allowed the capture and enslavement of some Jewish persons on account of their sins. How shall we therefore read the parables of enslavement in Luke? This is indeed complicated. I have no need. I left out my note. I have no need to justify them. What might my reading of Jesus say about the author? Is he a reforming as opposed to reformed, wealthy slave master? Perhaps the story of the rich man and Lazarus is partly his story, for example. The Jesus of faith and the Jesus of history may well be intricately connected. We cannot tell with certainty where one begins and the other ends. And I'm going to stop there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Could you stand up, please?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Otherwise, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Time for questions. And if you've got any online. Sarah.
Thank you for that. I was wondering if you could maybe say a little bit more about the adult Jesus then, and in particular, he's portrayed as a more of an elite figure. He's a good speaker. He's well received in public, and how does that match with this idea of what would have been recognized about him as part of his birth?
Well, he's not writing his own biography, of course, right? And if it is a wealthy, reforming slave owner, I think he would write him. The portrayal of him would certainly probably agree a lot with the person writing the biography, right? And we see this even in this question is also raised about modern slave narratives, right? Who has control over the narrative or any input into what the final narrative looks like, yeah.
Chris?
Thank you so much, Mitzi, for that paper. I wonder if you have any thoughts on the fact that Luke is also the only place that connects Jesus in familial terms to the priesthood, because John the Baptist's parents come from the priestly line. And it's in the exact same kind of portion of text there, the first two chapters of Luke. Do you have it, based on what you're arguing here on Mary is doule, Jesus is doulos, do you have any thoughts about that juxtaposition of John the Baptist from priestly lineage and Jesus from servile lineage, from slave lineage?
Yeah, well, no, not really, but I do find that interesting. I find it interesting as well that Elizabeth is able to travel to see Mary, right? And that whole interaction that in some ways depicts Mary perhaps as somewhat subordinate, right? I also find the interaction between Simeon, right? Simeon, which, and you look at the language and so forth, seems to be somewhat of a prelude to Jesus as this figure who the Spirit is upon to release the captives. That he is released in the language, in the Greek language, it almost seems like it's a manumission narrative, right? There, yeah.
Thank you.
We've got one online, then we'll go to Halvor after that, if that's okay.
Very good. Gabriele Boccaccini asks, could Philippians 2 be taken as an element in support of your view? How would you interact with Philippians 2?
Yeah, definitely. In my essay, that's one of the places I start with Philippians 2, as does Monroe in her book, right? We in some ways interpret that slightly different, but I think it's very interesting that you get anthropos together with doulos. And so it seems to me like the narrative, the hymn in Philippians is sort of making clear that he is a slave, a human slave, right? It seems to me that those two words together sort of make it more possible that he is, and we are talking about him taking on the form of a material, physically, existentially a slave. Yeah.
Thank you. I wonder if you could bolster your argument by going into how Luke uses the word doulos and doule, because it's in a context this use of Mary, because he has so many parables where you have slaves, doule, and the problem, of course, with the interpretation is that most all translations use servant and not slave. So I think by drawing on all the examples in Luke of slave parables, that would show there is a consistency in Luke that could, as I said, bolster your argument.
Yeah, yes, there is a consistency in the Greek, but not with the translators, right? So it's interesting that everywhere in Luke you get doulos translated as slave, and then when you get the birth narrative, that changes with translators, with the NRSV, and so to me that reflects the translators' interpreters' bias, right? That they don't. Their cultural sensibilities and won't allow them to go there, right?
Thank you. Robert, then Robin. Yep.
Thank you very much for that really engaging paper. I want to play the devil's advocate slightly and push back just on the idea of the memory of Jesus as an enslaver as well, and sort of, you know, his followers positioning themselves as slaves of him. And I wonder, you know, whether you might want to comment on that in light of the argument that you put forward.
You mean inside Luke or outside in Paul?
I suppose I'm talking broader than Luke, and perhaps the early Jesus movement, whatever you want to call it, more broadly, and how did that idea come about, and how it might sit alongside the idea of Jesus as someone who was himself a slave.
I'm not sure, but I do have I do speak about elsewhere the problem of Paul using this language. I write about this particularly with regard to Galatians, right? And my edited volume, Minority Women Reading Race and Ethnicity, right? And I argue that Paul is a moderate, like Southern moderates, right? He wants it both ways, that he is anti-slavery and he is pro-slavery in his use of language, right? Telling them not to be enslaved, and yet at the same time saying be slaves of Christ, which implies that Christ is a slave master, and implies that God is a slave master, right? I think it's very very problematic. I don't know how necessarily I want to relate that to what's going on in Luke, right? But that's something I could think about. Yes. Thank you.
There were two things that jumped out to me in your wonderful paper. The first was your closing remark about this line between historical Jesus and our subsequent understandings of that meaning, but also you have indicated that there might be a way to reconstruct the historical author, which is, I think, a really important project too. So I'm wondering if you could say a few words about other examples outside of early Christianity where there is a story about an enslaved person. And so Esau came to mind to me because he is an enslaved person who travels around the empire. He's somewhat of a teacher type. So there does also seem to be maybe a literary channel here where this is something that even the gospel authors may have been reflecting on. And so then again, back to your last statement, where do we draw the line between historical and literary Jesus, and in that case, how much is it a literary device and what work does that do?
No, that's helpful. I will certainly, look at that. I also found it interesting. I didn't get the entire paper here. You can see the entire paper right on. That's not necessarily a response to you, but other questions in the book, Better to Chasing Rod, the entire essay. But when we talk about itinerancy, right, and freed persons, I'm saying he's itinerating as a freed person, right? Yes. I also raised the possibility that that Jesus was that his job as an enslaved person. Luke doesn't say he's a carpenter, right? It was as a physician, right? And physicians make rounds, right? And I wonder how this. I think Megan's paper may be helpful. Here for me, I'm going to think about hers as I think more broadly about this paper. But it's very possible that he was a physician. As a physician here yourself, that he was. Slaves were physicians too, right? But he is free now, of course. In my scenario, as a free person to go about. But there are, but even to compare to freed people who have jobs that are itinerant, doing itinerant jobs, or just itinerant teaching physicians and so forth. Yeah, thank you.
We should move on. Where is he at? Yeah, where are you? Oh, there you are. As long as you're ready. I'm ready. Violence and trauma. Demuted, I take it. Joshua? Yeah.
Alrighty.
This good? And like that? Okay, perfect. All right. The next quest for the historical Jesus must account for the impact of violence and trauma. The publication in 2012 of Jesus Criteria and the Demise of Authenticity has proven to mark a critical juncture in historical Jesus scholarship. Chris Keith and Anthony Ladon, alongside their cast of contributors, collectively managed to convince a large majority of scholars to cast aside their criteriological machine and to center the historian as an agent of argumentation in the task of talking about Jesus from Nazareth. Just 4 years after its arrival in print, Jonathan Bernier remarked that the criteria of authenticity are now widely recognized as bankrupt historiographical instruments in need of serious revision, if not outright repudiation. The question that thus confronts Jesus historians at this juncture today is, where do we go from here? My contention is simple. I contend that a critical understanding of violence and trauma is useful and helpful moving forward. In his monograph on Christ assemblies and ancient associations, John Kloppenborg sensibly cautioned that comparison of Christ assemblies with associations does not manufacture new data that we have until now lacked. Taking our cue from Kloppenborg's prudence, we must state here at the outset that discourses on violence do not create new evidence for the historical Jesus. Rather, the historian whose imagination is informed by scholarly discourses on violence and trauma is positioned to think about the existing evidence we do have about Jesus in ways that are methodologically sober, ways that counterbalance overly optimistic default assumptions about the Jesus tradition's success in offering actual glimpses at Jesus. But the historian whose imagination is informed by scholarly discourses on violence and trauma is also positioned to think about the task of history in relation to Jesus in more expansive ways beyond merely fixating on what actually happened in the life of Jesus. In these veins, I focus on two implications that studying violence has on historical Jesus scholarship. A comprehensive theorizing of violence and trauma is obviously beyond the scope of this presentation. What follows instead is a snapshot of certain features of these discourses and an explanation of their potential utility. This essay thus functions as a heuristic prompt and not an enclosed demarcation of the usefulness of violence and trauma. First, a critical understanding of violence and trauma compels us to acknowledge the complexity of the Gospels as artifacts that have emerged from some sort of commemorative activity. Dale Allison opened his 2010 monograph on Jesus by stressing that the frailty of human memory should distress all who quest for the so-called historical Jesus. How much more so when dealing with the memory of trauma? The concept of trauma can be described at both individual and collective levels as a deeply felt emotional response to some occurrence that might include violence, death, war, rape, forced migration, and so on. Such catastrophic episodes, as Sarah Emanuel rightly observes, are not surface level ruptures, but cut so deep into one's sense of self that their integrity, their lucidity as a self-thinking, self-functioning human becomes disorganized, end quote. Cultural trauma, as sociologist Jeffrey Alexander has written, occurs when members of a collectivity feel they have been subjected to a horrendous event that leaves indelible marks upon their group consciousness, marking their memories forever and changing their future identity in fundamental and irrevocable ways. It is certainly true that remembering subjects are capable of remembering past traumas with alarming accuracy. Many Americans know where they were and what they were doing when President Kennedy was assassinated, and likewise, many of us can recall our exact steps on September 11th, 2001. But it is also true that individuals can remember, sometimes in excruciating detail, memories of events that are extraordinarily unlikely to have occurred, including alien abductions and satanic rituals, and disturbing events that never happened, such as being lost in a shopping mall. Some studies have shown, moreover, that psychotherapeutic techniques at retrieval can contribute to the production of false memories. When one encounters or experiences a traumatic episode, furthermore, one common survival technique is what trauma theorists label as dissociation. Dissociation occurs when individuals detach themselves from the ongoing experience. This phenomenon complicates subsequent attempts at retrieval, as recollection often resembles sensory fragments and not coherent narrative, even as trauma patients consistently claim that such fragments mirror the intense physical sensations of the originating event. Van der Kolk explains that, quote, high arousal not only changes the balance between the rational and emotional memory systems of the brain, but also disconnects other brain areas necessary for the proper storage and integration of incoming information, such as the hippocampus and the thalamus, end quote. But while repression is one survival tactic in the face of trauma, the need to overcome trauma by processing it in the language of narrativized memory is also common. Trauma thus presents us with something of a paradox, for while highly emotional encounters can threaten to dissolve individual and group connectivity and survival, they are also the sites where individuals and collectives resolve not to be overcome by sensory overload and injury. At the level of culture, Alexander contends, and this is a little bit of a long quote, representation of trauma depends on constructing a compelling framework of cultural classification. In one sense, this is simply telling a new story. Yet this storytelling is at the same time a complex and multivalent symbolic process that is contingent, highly contested, and sometimes highly polarizing. Experiencing trauma can be understood as a sociological process that defines a painful injury to the collectivity, establishes the victim, attributes responsibility, and distributes the ideal and material consequences. Insofar as traumas are so experienced and thus imagined and represented, the collective identity will become significantly revised. And this identity revision means that there will be a searching re-remembering of the collective past, for memory is not only social and fluid, but deeply connected to the contemporary sense of the self. Identities are continuously constructed and secured, not only by facing the present and future, but also by reconstructing the collectivity's earlier life, end quote. In other words, processing trauma in terms of memory renders trauma as a locus of negotiation, where culprits and victims are identified, moral evaluations of acute injury surface, and where these lines of demarcation are revisited upon subsequent commemorative practices and rituals. Trauma is also, we might add, the site where competing groups offer contested evaluations of events. Groups, as one scholar observes, do not rehearse competing memories that fail to shore up what they hold dear. Approved remembrance lives on, unapproved remembrance expires. Communities, like individuals, systematically forget. Historical Jesus scholars who wish to emphasize constructing a hypothesis, as Chris was saying, or a portrait of Jesus perhaps before the Gospels, must reckon with the fact that the Jesus tradition is thoroughly impacted by multiple traumas, including in particular the destruction of the Jerusalem temple in 70 CE, Jesus' crucifixion, and John the Baptist's beheading. Luke's gospel, as is well known, from its 9th chapter onward, portrays Jesus' itinerancy as one long journey towards Jerusalem, and thus in effect filters Jesus' life through the prism of his crucifixion. And the Gospels themselves acknowledge that they have negotiated the meaning of Jesus' deeds and sayings after the fact of his execution and purported resurrection. Indeed, after Jesus' followers originally understood him in different ways. At John 2:22, for example, the text admits that the disciples initially understood Jesus' proclamation against the temple in one way, but upon subsequent revisitation of this tradition in light of the crucifixion, they now understood it to refer to Jesus' physical body. We could make similar comments at John 12:16, and also in the Synoptic Gospels, where initial impressions of Jesus' words and deeds during his life are misapprehended by his disciples. Scholars must furthermore reckon with the fact that the commemorative perspectives of Jesus' adversaries are not centered, but pushed to the periphery in the Jesus tradition. Even if one were to be generous and to grant that the crucifixion narratives or the tale of John's beheading were based on disciples' eyewitness memories, these traumas would still be embedded in contested memory because the perspectives of Pontius Pilate, Herod Antipas, Herodias, the Jerusalem crowds, and so on are not granted. If these perspectives were approved and centered, it is reasonable for us to assume that the attributions of morality and the lines designating victim and culprit would be negotiated, and perhaps significantly so. Narrating trauma freezes a configuration of the past in time, pushing alternative conceptualizations to the margins of history. And relatedly, we cannot ignore the fact that the traumatic experiences of the actual victim of violence, Jesus himself in this case, is not directly represented in the Jesus tradition. We need to humbly admit that the depths of our knowledge about Jesus' crucifixion is limited without the living memory of the victim himself. The second implication of studying violence and trauma is that these discourses compel us to notice how early representations of the violence applied to Jesus generate violence transgenerationally and transculturally. Under certain conditions, violence begets violence. Speaking of what happens when individuals rally groups around themselves in a situation of conflict, Bruce Lincoln has argued, quote, "It is when separate individuals recall their common descent from, and thus attachment to, a given ancestor, that they reawaken their feelings of affinity for and attachment to one another. In that very moment, and by that very act of memory, they redefine themselves as kin, that is, persons who are joined together in the same familial group. In this way, the past shapes the present, invocation of an ancestor being simultaneously the evocation of a correlated social group." Although Lincoln's comments focus on the resurrection of intergroup bonds and affection, the converse of his assertions are also true, and his wider discussion presumes as much. Namely, that when individuals of separate groups remember their ancestral conflict, they reawaken dormant attitudes of hostility. This fusion of the past and the present is akin to what the late sociologist Barry Schwartz has termed keying. Quote, "Keying transforms the meaning of activities understood in terms of one event by comparing them with the activities understood in terms of another. Keying is more than a new word for analogical thinking, more than a way individuals mentally organize their social experience. Keying transforms memory into a cultural system because it matches publicly accessible, that is, symbolic models of the past, to the experiences of the present. Keying arranges cultural symbols into a publicly visible discourse that flows through the organizations and institutions of the social world. Keying is communicative movement that connects otherwise separate realms of history," end quote. Recollections of violence and its underlying conflict reinscribe violence and conflict among correlated social groups in the ever-shifting horizon of the present. If narrating violence freezes configurations of the past and time, including social arrangements of morality, guilt, designations of culprits, victims, monsters, evil, heroes, etc., as I stated previously, then keying such narrativized patterns of thinking to present social circumstances holds the dangerous capacity to regenerate conflict and thus reproduce violence. As Lincoln has conveyed elsewhere, violence is the continuation of conflict by means of physical force. The potential for past antagonisms to reify into present hostility is what led many Rwandans to intentionally refuse remembering certain facets of the Rwandan genocide, including racial tensions, as Susanna Buckley-Zistel has demonstrated. Chosen amnesia was a cultural strategy that promoted local peace by not inflaming cultural lines of detachment. Now, to be clear, I'm not advocating for a theory of violence that attempts to overcome trauma by systematically forgetting trauma. I think it's relatively well known that refusing to come to terms with a violent past often benefits the violent and can re-victimize the violated. Rather, my point is that the uncritical reinscription of violence holds the capacity to inculcate ideology conducive to outbursts of violence, particularly as contemporary social groups are correlated to symbolic social groups and vice versa. This phenomenon is observable in the reception of some of the earliest conceptualizations of Jesus from antiquity. In one of our earliest portrayals of Jesus, or perhaps our earliest one, the Gospel of Mark, the somatic violence of the beheading of John the Baptist and the crucifixion of Jesus are keyed together. Both John and Jesus, for instance, are handed over, grasped, and bound. And at Mark 9, the designation of John as the prophet Elijah functions to position John's death as forerunning Jesus' demise. The recounting of John's beheading in Mark 6, moreover, comes on the heels of the Mark and Jesus likening his rejection in his hometown to the rejection of the prophets. The Gospel of Matthew draws an explicit attachment between John the Baptist, Jesus, and the prophets on the one hand, and their adversaries on the other hand. According to Matthew 14, Herod the Tetrarch wished to kill the Baptist, but was unable because the crowds viewed John as a prophet. And likewise, according to Matthew 21, the Pharisees and the chief priests wished to subdue Jesus, but were unable because the crowds viewed Jesus as a prophet. Similarly, in Matthew 23, the city of Jerusalem and the Pharisees and scribes are placed in a cultural lineage as the descendants of the killers of God's prophets. And in Matthew 27, of course, the Jewish leadership is portrayed as persuading the Jerusalem crowd into wanting Jesus crucified instead of Barabbas. The local Jewish crowd, in turn, accepts responsibility for Jesus' death and extends this responsibility to their children. And for those whose conceptualization of Jesus, of Christian origins, involves Q, I think there's a few of those here, these maneuvers are observable in Q as well. Sarah Parks has observed, quote, Q also seems to take a keen interest in the topic of unjustly murdered prophets. She sets forth the following examples. Q6, blessed are you when they insult you and say every kind of evil against you because of the Son of Humanity. Be glad, for your vast is your reward in heaven, for this is how they persecuted the prophets who were before you. Q11, woe to you, for you build the tombs of the prophets, but your forefathers killed them. Q11, therefore also wisdom said, I will send them prophets and sages, and some of them they will kill and persecute. Q13, O Jerusalem, who kills the prophets and stones those sent to her. Q16, the law and the prophets were until John. From then on, the kingdom of God is violated, and the violent plunder it. From these things in Q, we can observe the fault lines of a cultural schematic whereby, one, Jesus is aligned to the violent deaths of the prophets to the kingdom of God, and two, this generation, Jerusalem, and Jesus' adversaries are attached to the apical past, to those who shed the blood of the prophets. Alan Kirk is right to contend that Q11, as a retrospective reference to the crucifixion, does not merely compare Jesus' death to the death of the prophets, but incorporates Jesus' traumatic demise into the epic memory tapestry of Israel. And as such, Q passes a moral judgment on Jesus' death and accordingly aggressively attacks the moral legitimacy of its opponents, the Romans and their local elite clients who were responsible for executing Jesus. The latter are analogically mapped to those elites in Israel's sacred narrative who killed God's messengers, the prophets. The effect of this keying together in the Gospels and Q of the violent crucifixion of Jesus to the deaths of the prophets is that the characterizations of correlated social groups, to employ Lincoln's language, are mutually affecting and reinforcing. Significantly, as this keying maneuver is recorrelated in subsequent social contexts and arrangements, the structures that enable further instances of violence are perpetuated. I've argued elsewhere that both Justin Martyr and Origen harness the close connection in the Gospels between Jesus' crucifixion, John's beheading, and the death of the prophets to activate these figures as local adversaries, as correlatives of the Jews writ large in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. This anti-Jewish pattern of thinking provided the rhetorical scaffolding that upheld Justin's conviction that the suffering Jews encountered as refugees in the post-Bar Kokhba revolt years was divinely authorized. The concept of the Jews as Christ killers was reinforced ritualistically, of course, in medieval passion plays, and in turn fueled and justified the maltreatment of Jews during the Spanish Inquisition. Colonials in Hispaniola performed ritual dramas that conflated Judas, the Jews, Native Americans, and Africans on the one hand, and Jesus, the apostles, and European Christians on the other hand. As Elizabeth McAllister observes, European Christendom dramatically performed itself as a sole civilizing force against the barbaric and demonic forces of Jews, Native Americans, and Africans. More pertinent for the question confronting historical Jesus scholars today, where do we go from here, is the recognition that this cultural apparatus is the recognition that this cultural apparatus whereby Jesus' fatal adversaries in the Gospels are conflated with the Jews in subsequent times and places continues to function in dangerous capacities in recent and current times. In an episode entitled The Passion of the Jew, the American comedy cartoon South Park picks up on the potential of Mel Gibson's portrayal of Jesus' Jewish contemporaries in The Passion of the Christ to instigate racial hatred of Jews. Jonathan Gray summarizes, quote, "After watching Passion of the Christ, which satirically is shown as a movie with nothing more than endless lashings of Jesus followed by horrific screams, Kyle Broflovsky, Cartman's Jewish friend, tells Eric Cartman that he has been right all these years to hate Jews, an act which further inspires Cartman to rally South Park citizens to an anti-Jew rally aimed at exterminating Jews," end quote. Later in a nightmare, Kyle sees himself in the Jewish crowd in the 1st century demanding Jesus' execution, and thus integrates himself into the notion of widespread Jewish culpability in Jesus' death. Gray is right to argue that the satire advanced in the show by creators Parker and Stone functions to hold up a mirror to society, quote, in hopes that the real-life referent to their fictionalized satire will be tainted by association, demanding reevaluation by viewers, end quote. Audience members who witness the notoriously anti-Semitic character Eric Cartman, whose series' reputation includes regularly hurling anti-Semitic invectives against Kyle, including blaming Jews for Jesus' death and Jews for September 11th. Audience members who witness Cartman leading an anti-Jewish rally are supposed to negatively evaluate Cartman and the real-life reference that he resembles. The unfortunate irony of South Park, however, is that some audience members, one, are unaware of the aim of Parker and Stone's satire, and thus are susceptible to internalizing Cartman's ideological patterns of thinking. Or worse, two, are aware of the function of South Park's comedy, but do not care, and thus find in Cartman reinforcement of anti-Semitic ideology. Insofar as this is the case, Parker and Stone are complicit in advancing that which they seek to dismantle. While Cartman's anti-Semitic words and actions in South Park are portrayed as rather extreme, they are not outlandish. Contemporary hate groups, racially motivated violent extremists, and white supremacists, indeed conceivable real-life reference for episodes like Passion of the Jew, appeal to the idea of the Jews as Christ killers to advance harmful ideology. One active white supremacist group in Arkansas activates Matthew 27:25 to express their eagerness at a divinely sanctioned and comprehensive extermination of the Jewish people. White nationalist and Holocaust denier and real-life Eric Cartman, Mr. Friend, runs an anti-Semitic website out of Long Beach, California that describes anti-Semitism proudly as stating basic facts about Jews, which apparently includes setting forth evidence that blames Jews for September 11th. Holocaust denier and another real-life Eric Cartman, Yeager argues that Jews in Germany keep trying to prosecute Nazis, and in doing so, their unsated quest for revenge replicates the Jewish demand in Matthew 27, kill him, crucify him. The upshot of historical Jesus scholars recognizing that violence can beget violence is that this recognition provides us the opportunity to be active in dismantling ideological patterns of thinking that continue to structure violence today. By shifting our focus to the reception of violence in the present, whether that be the anti-Jewish legacies of remembering Jesus' crucifixion, as I've briefly outlined today, or some other legacy, we can play a crucial role, even as historians of antiquity, in overcoming pressing issues that confront us today. Where do we go from here? For my part, I want to see more historical Jesus scholarship that not only seeks to construct Jesus, if however far this is possible, but also active scholarship that connects such portraits with strategies that restrain violent appropriations of Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. John.
Thank you, Nathan. John Puffenberg. A couple of comments and maybe a question pushing you in a further direction. As I listened to your paper, where I think you made an interesting point that one of the reactions to trauma is to narrativize it, which then causes one to create villains and heroes and so forth. You've mentioned this in relationship to Mark, that Mark pays a good deal of attention to this parallel violence that is done first to John the Baptist and then Jesus. Would you want to add that Mark also correlates the death of Jesus with the death of the temple pretty explicitly?
Absolutely.
And that might be a key insight of Mark as a narrativizer. In other words, the death of the temple wasn't imagined as correlated to the death of Jesus prior to that time, but in the act of narrativization, Mark has created that. At the same time, your point that that in the narrativization of violence, it also authorizes violence. I think of the
under certain
parable of the wicked
yeah.
tenants, where I think at least redactionally, the things that Mark has added to the parable of the tenants, which are lacking in Thomas 65, is the homicidal violence that the owner is now authorized to vent on the tenants. As you all know, the Thomas 65 simply ends with the death of the son. Mark extends that by then, having the owner turning around and exterminating the tenants. And then this is, as I'm listening to you, I'm thinking this is maybe the beginning point of not only what you later see in pogroms in the medieval period, but Eusebius's treatment of Isaiah 5, 1-7 also authorizes divine violence against the Jews. You see this in Peripatha, in Melito of Sardis. So I don't know if this is a path that you want to go down, but it seems to me it would be a really interesting exploration of the potential, the hermeneutical potentials of the view that you're developing.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually just joking with some colleagues earlier that the last time I presented in front of you, I really enjoyed it because you have this encyclopedic knowledge of all the kinds of ways I can take my paper. So.
Okay, well, we'll resume the next paper. Matt Whitlock, over to you. Fame, if anyone should know.
All right. First, I just want to thank Chris and James for the invitation. And also to be honored to speak with all of you. I've read a lot of your stuff with my students the last 10 years or so, so it's very humbling to come before you. I kind of feel like a minor character in Stranger Things, and that's very hard to find on IMDb. So one other thing too as well, going to Joan's comment earlier, this is neither pro-American Barnes nor pro-American Jesus. Okay, so spoiler alert there. So on to the next slide. The next quest for the historical Jesus must account for the fame and auras that precede the historical Jesus of Nazareth. Intuitively, we assume that fame follows the early life and origins of an ancient historical figure, especially the humble origins of Jesus of Nazareth. Yet, when we approach these origins, we only do so because we first knew the Jesus of aura and fame, not the concrete reality of the historical Jesus of Nazareth. In other words, we view, no matter how hard we try, the historical Jesus through and because of the lenses of fame and auras, lenses that precede the Jesus of history. We must consider how we have reached this point and how we can move forward. And just a shout out to Claire Colebrook. She's a Deleuzian scholar who is very influential in what I'm going to say, and linking this to the next part. So a brief excursion into Don DeLillo's 1986 novel, White Noise, helps illustrate this issue. In this chapter, early chapter of the novel, two college professors, Jack Gladney and Murray Siskine, visit a famous tourist attraction, a barn in the countryside outside of the fictional town of Farmington. They pass a procession of road signs that read, "The most photographed barn in America." Once they reach there, They park alongside tour buses and walk to an elevated site for photographing the barn, where postcards are sold along the way. They view people taking photographs of the barn. They are taking pictures of people taking pictures. At this site, Murray observes, no one sees the barn, and then makes 4 other observations. First, once you've seen the signs about the barn, it becomes impossible to see the barn. Second, we're not here to capture an image, we're here to maintain one. Every photograph reinforces an aura and accumulation of nameless energies. Third, we only see what others see. The thousands who were here in the past and those who have come in the future, we've agreed to become part of a collective perception. This literally colors our vision. It's a religious experience in a way, like all tourism. And fourth, what was the barn like before it was photographed? What did it look like? We can't answer these questions because we've read the signs, seen people snapping pictures. We can't get outside the aura. We are all part of the aura. DeLello's insights about the most famous barn in America can just as easily be about auras and fame. I mean, can just as easily be about the auras and fame of Jesus of Nazareth. While we really don't have any photographs, obviously, of him, he is the most painted and written about and sung about figure in the Western world. And even outside the realm of religion, he remains the standard of fame as witnessed, and I have to, since I'm in England here, say this, John Lennon's proclamation about the Beatles were more popular than Jesus, right? And then to bring Seattle to England, MTV's Amy Finnerty commented about Kurt Cobain when he gave his famous MTV Unplugged show, where Cobain covered in his own way the Vaseline's Jesus Doesn't Want Me for a Sunbeam. After the show, Cobain complained that no one liked it. Finnerty retorted, Kurt, they think you are Jesus Christ. So we encounter a procession of signs on the way to the historical Jesus of Nazareth. John Lennon, Jim Caviezel, crucifixes, icons, Paul's Jesus, Mark's Jesus, Matthew's Jesus, a response to an RBL review about the most recent book on Luke's Jesus, John's Jesus, Da Vinci's Last Supper, Lady Gaga's Black Jesus, South Park's Jesus and Pels, and of course, Werner Salmon's The Head of Christ, the 1940 picture by an illustrator who was trained for advertising agencies and religious publishers, duplicated millions of times in church bulletins, calendars, posters, bookmarks, prayer cards, tracts, buttons, stickers, and stationery. The subject of the 1994 New York Times article, The Man Who Rendered Jesus for the Age of Duplication. Working back from the present moment, this procession of signs certainly has not been a drive to the countryside for multitudes. As James Baldwin famously said, the spreading of the gospel, regardless of the motives or the integrity or heroism of missionaries, was an absolute indispensable justification for the planting of the flag. Colonialism, anti-Semitism, racism, white supremacy, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, all have received stamps of approval from Jesus's auras and fame. And more recently, the negation of reproductive rights of women and the trans community, as we have witnessed in America. And from the standpoint of non-human bodies, nature itself has perceived the effects of the processions of signs, the aura of Jesus. So it is the concept of aura and its relation to fame and distance that I want to explore in this essay. Such an exploration certainly applies more broadly to the reception history of Jesus, or more properly, I would argue, the perception history of Jesus as affected by technology, the expansion of his aura and distance across time. But here I concentrate chiefly on early Christian texts and historical Jesus studies. While doing so, I mediate between our time in the first century with a theory of Walter Benjamin on aura, looking particularly through the lens of his essay, The Work of Art in the Age of Its technological reproducibility. I cover these topics in 3 sections. First, an outline of Benjamin's theory of aura and distance. Second, suggestions on how early Christian texts created and maintained Jesus's aura and fame through a rhetoric of distance. And third, by suggesting that historical Jesus studies has maintained this aura and suggestions on how this aura could be broken. In this third section, I also argue why it is vital for the quest for the historical Jesus to continue in this rapidly changing technological and political landscape. Before explaining Benjamin's theory on aura, I do want to briefly note this. There's 2 important contextual factors. First, although Benjamin's essay focuses on aura's relation to art and technology, his chief concern is much broader than aesthetics, and this is often lost when his essay is talked about. He begins and ends with a Marxist critique of the superstructure, populist politics, and fascism, outlining the ways in which all 3 use aesthetics and distance, including traditional concepts such as creativity, genius, eternal value, and mystery, for their own interests. At the center of his essay, he argues how modern technological reproduction can decay this aura, serving the interests of the proletariat. Benjamin scholars Miriam Bratu Hansen and Susan Buck Morris have emphasized this sometimes forgotten point. Second, Benjamin's focus on art and technology and its reproducibility is particularly relevant to our subject, for we derive our perceptions of Jesus chiefly through literature and art and through their manifold reproductions and effects up to the present moment, a moment of rapid reproduction. So what is aura and how is it created and maintained? Aura is grounded in the object or a person's unique historical existence, their authenticity and authority. Aura is then created and maintained by establishing and maintaining a distance from this unique existence. So Benjamin defines aura as the unique apparition at a distance, however near the object may be. Aura is not solely dependent on spatial distance of the object, according to Benjamin. Hence, however near it may be. Rather, aura depends on spatiotemporal distance in connection with human perception as it's affected by technology, the main thrust of Benjamin's argument. Hence, Professor Murray Siskind in White Noise can stand directly in front of a barn and only see its aura. Historical existence, authenticity, uniqueness, and distance, these all interact together in the formation and maintenance of aura, according to Benjamin. If one is taken away, the aura may decay. This leads to the heart of Benjamin's argument, the potential decay of aura through technological reproduction and changes in human perception, a decay as a result of technological changes, a decay Benjamin celebrates. Now, the problem with Benjamin's argument is this. We have Jesus's aura, and it remains today, despite the fact that Jesus is the most technologically reproduced image that we see in the Western world. And why is this the case? On the surface, Jesus's religious cult value seems to provide one answer. Unlike other historical figures, Roman emperors, Jesus's religious value remains today. However, I argue that Jesus's aura would not decay even if he were more secularized, even apart from religious tradition. Hence, the prior distinction in historical Jesus studies between the earthly and the heavenly Jesus is not entirely helpful in fame studies, nor is the distinction between the historical Jesus and the Jesus of faith. Both the earthly and historical Jesus can retain aura and fame just as much as the heavenly one and the one of faith. Earthly figures and objects in art and literature maintain auras despite having little religious value. Even famous barns maintain aura. In the frenzy of the renown, fame, and history, and information reproduction, our relation to the increasing number of faces we see every day becomes more and more transitory. It is the unique and repeated faces and names, he continues, that stand out, often the most historical and distant ones: Alexander, Caesar, Cleopatra, Jesus, Muhammad, Joan of Arc, Shakespeare. Brody asserts how fame celebrates uniqueness, and in part it requires that uniqueness be exemplary and reproducible. Jesus continues to maintain exemplary uniqueness and continues to be reproduced. As long as spatiotemporal distance, however near, the aura is preserved, and its uniqueness, its singularity, its authenticity, and its authority. Jesus's aura remains no matter how much Jesus is reproduced, no matter how near the masses or scholarship comes. No matter how much he is reproduced, Jesus provides, in Benjamin's words, a gaze that will never get its fill. So on to the part about early Christian texts and how they establish fame through their rhetoric. And this is a shout out to my mother-in-law. She slammed the brakes on the freeway in LA on the way to this so I could snap this picture. So how was Jesus's aura and fame constructed and maintained in early Christian texts? Paul's mission, I should say, is giving Jesus's name a name above every name, Philippians 2:9. And I want to offer 10 rhetorical devices that build this fame and aura. And I'm basing this on research on Greco-Roman rhetoric, as well as classical professors here are 10 that have kind of identified that we could link with Benjamin himself and his theory on aura. So you have the rhetoric of spatiotemporal distance. Obviously, Galatians 1, Paul establishing distance here, going 3 years to Arabia before he returns to Jerusalem. Luke 1 through 4, Luke is obviously, author of Luke is obviously setting up distance there. The second one, and I like this one a lot because it's linked with other disciplines, the rhetoric of intimacy at a distance. This phrase comes from a famous study in 1956 by Horton and Wall, which became the foundation for parasocial interaction, an entire subfield of communication science. It involves the simulation of conversational give and take that takes place between users and mass media performers. The rhetoric of intimacy at a distance can be analyzed in gospel reception/perception, especially in Jesus's words. What is more, it can be analyzed in the Pauline letters once they began to be copied and there was no give and take relationship between Paul and the first recipients of his letters. Of course, the Deutero-Pauline letters build on that as well, quite intentionally. Marketing research is quite interested in the concept of intimacy at a distance. If you do look up this article, you would see that marketing programs are very interested in intimacy at a distance. So it builds stable, reproducible aura. And I don't think it's overly or grossly anachronistic to think about Jesus as an influencer in this sense. The rhetoric of distance in the city, technology is very different in the first century, obviously, but Aeneid, book 4, Fama goes intentionally to cities and not to the countryside. And of course, we all know about Paul's city strategy and Acts of the Apostles itself, taking Jesus' name from Jerusalem to Rome, very important city, being the place where fame is expanded. The rhetoric of reluctant fame, Paul's depiction of Jesus and himself in Philippians 2 and 3, and the rhetoric of secrecy, obviously building tension there, Gospel of Thomas, and we also have the Messianic secret in Mark. On to the next 6, I'll just go over these briefly. The rhetoric of veiling, 2 Corinthians 3:4, obviously glory is there, right? And glory has a lot to do with fame in the ancient world. The rhetoric of eternal value of an object, right? If the object that's being gazed at has eternal value, it's never going to lose its aura. And if it's set up that way, it's set up to maintain that fame. and distance. The rhetoric of distance of early death, we see this not just in early Christian martyrdom texts, but we see this in the Greco-Roman world as well, all the way back to the Odyssey itself. The rhetoric of distant heroes, Hebrews 11, that we're all familiar with, and the rhetoric of distant authors too. That's where pseudonymous texts come in. So moving to the historical Jesus studies and how this has to do with historical Jesus studies. I turn to the final question. How is Jesus's aura and fame constructed and maintained in modern scholarship, especially in historical Jesus studies? From this I ask, so what? Why is it so important to be aware of Jesus's aura and fame while doing modern scholarship? And in answering this question, I conclude with suggestions that will help, with the help of Walter Benjamin, about why and how, in light of Jesus' fame and aura, we ought to continue the quest. Well, the next quest is moving beyond the use of criteria. I believe it's important to think about criteria in light of Jesus' fame and aura. It's not simply that the criteria has failed to lead us to the concrete reality of Jesus of Nazareth. Rather, the criteria has perpetuated and maintained Jesus' aura and fame, at least according to the way we've defined it here. The spatio-temporal distance in any quest is a given, but this distance creates and maintains aura, a unique apparition at a distance, when combined with claims of authenticity, embarrassment, and discontinuity. Notice the uniqueness that's there. The death and execution also involving uniqueness, and then perpetuated by coherence and multiple attestation, technological reproducibility there. An authentic aura of Jesus is created from a distance, repeated in modern publications, repeated from early Christian texts. So why and how the quest must continue in the shadows of Jesus's aura and fame? Given that we know, given what we know about the aura and fame, should we continue this quest? I unequivocally assert yes, even if the concrete reality of Jesus is, even if we can't recover Jesus's reality in light of the loss of, even though we can't recover the reality of Jesus of Nazareth, and this reality is lost in his aura. When we give up on the task of closing the distance, aura is maintained, and so the aestheticization of politics remains as well. This is precisely where I see danger in giving up on the quest. Giving up on the quest is a move to maintain Jesus's auras, especially unjust ones. So Brian Masumi, in his essay Realer Than Real, describes the dilemma of having simulations without any actual concrete realities. First, we could fall into cynicism, that everything we see is technologically mediated and nothing is real. Second, we could fall into nostalgia, and I think this has come across a lot in historical Jesus studies, nostalgia for the lost real Jesus, what Masumi calls a nostalgia for the old reality, so intense that it has deformed our vision of everything outside it. Both maintain and perpetuate Jesus's aura. Third, we can look for alternatives in our technological age and reimagine how to research Jesus under conditions of technological mediated culture with Benjamin's help. So I end by naming 3 Jesuses to consider for the 21st century, a montage of Benjamin's idea: the fragmented Jesus, the distracted Jesus, and the profane Jesus. So the distracted Jesus, auras are broken through distraction, not contemplation, according to Benjamin. According to Benjamin, quote, the painting invites the viewer for contemplation before it can give himself to a train of associations. The aura of the artwork invites associations, much like the unique known of the halo invites unwarranted connections. Distractions aim to break these associations which are merely assimilated into existing paradigms, reinforcing aura. So for Benjamin, Dadaist art, for example, aims to distract the viewer, distracting assimilative thinking and demanding accommodation of new disruptive truths. The indigenous artwork that James has provided us with here in this next quest does the same. It distracts the associations we want to make with Jesus in the West. Cognitive science has buttressed Benjamin's thoughts on distraction. In many instances, negative distracted thinking is more beneficial than positive thinking. Cognitive diffusion is more beneficial than a fusion of ideas. In his work on cognitive illusions, James Forger has found that simple awareness of processes of aura building do not affect the way a person views or deals with aura. Awareness of aura does not stop the effects of aura. Participants in studies of halo effect are even given the details about how the halo effect influences their judgments. This knowledge does not help them avoid the effects of their judgments. Instead, research has found that it is not awareness, but bad moods that break through halo effects and auras. Hence, the title of the section probably should be Questing for the Historical Jesus in a grunge rock mood, or however you want to fill that at the end. Second, the fragmented Jesus. For Benjamin in the Frankfurt School, montage and fragments are valued over unity and synthesis. So Adorno is famous for talking about this. He didn't like Impressionist art because he thought it dissolved objects and their smallest elements into a synthesized, gapless, dynamic continuum. He wanted to redeem art and give a heterogeneous montage as opposed to some unified whole. So likewise, in historical Jesus studies, it is tempting to take the smallest elements of what we probably do know about the historical Jesus and place them gaplessly into a dynamic continuum. However, pasted clippings of incomplete lists, which Adorno likes in montage, are okay, and it's okay to have a fragmented Jesus. Incompletion and diffusion of contradictory yet diverse sources do not serve Jesus's aura and fame. Historical Jesus studies must value multiple sources and stories without synthesis. So Mitzi Smith and Young Suk Kim in Decentering the New Testament, for example, thoughtfully discuss the dangers of a single story when they present the diverse gospel stories and sources. I thought that was a excellent combination of fragments here, and why it's so important to see the diversity. Historical Jesus studies must avoid the goal of a single story about Jesus of Nazareth and instead present a diverse and fragmented Jesus. And finally, the profane and common Jesus. From his earliest writings, Benjamin was attracted to the profane in the sense of what is not valued by the elite. Centering on the common and the profane is what Benjamin was all about. So I turn to Kevin Concannon's Profaning Paul, and I suggest profaning Jesus would be an interesting avenue and making Jesus more common. And here Concannon quotes a key interpreter of Benjamin, Agamben, and this is what Agamben says about profanation or profaning. So profaning neutralizes what it profanes. Once profaned, that which was unavailable and separate loses its aura and is returned to its use. It deactivates the apparatuses of power and returns to common use the spaces that power had seized. Benjamin points to common material objects as means of distraction. Haptic nearness he uses of common objects versus the contemplative distance. The common is preferred over the famous. This is where the work of material culture adds value to the next quest, moving us away from Jesus's aura, rightly distracting us with what is common and usual in the concrete world of Jesus of Nazareth, including how he, along with many others, would have dressed, as the work of Joan Taylor has done so well, instead of putting some sort of erratic aura, erratic fame, I should say, onto a shroud, for example. My historical, so to conclude, may historical Jesus studies, always remember the common and profane without glorifying them in the shadows of Jesus's aura and fame. So there we have it.
Okay, we have a little bit of time for questions. I've got one, but so. Oh, Mitzi, you go first.
Thank you for the shout out. But to what degree does the church's tradition of Jesus as fully human and fully God, right, keep us from reaching, which I think is important, in the very human Jesus, right? And what should we do about it?
Okay, yeah, thanks for the question. So the very human Jesus. Well, let me back up to Benjamin here, because in the Our Work essay, he does talk about the magic of religion versus the surgeon, and he's moving more towards the surgeon in talking about material culture. So when Benjamin talks about the loss of aura, the first thing he does mention is looking at things more from the earthly perspective. So the sense of valuing Jesus's embodied earthly being would be front and center to Benjamin's materialist approach. But where I wanted to bring caution in this work is we all know that people, including a former president of the United States, there was nothing really divine there, right? He's earthly, but there's an aura that attracts people, right? So I think it's important that even when we talk about the earthly Jesus, that we realize that that doesn't subtract aura and fame from Jesus.
Just a point of clarification. I think this is the right interpretation of you, but if it's not, there was that thing about the denial of the quest for the historical Jesus. Why are you doing this, and so on. Now, I get if you say we can't find anything about the historical Jesus because the evidence doesn't permit it. Okay, that's a reasonable argument, whether you agree or not. But one of the reactions that we've had to this has been, why are you even studying? You can't study that. And it's not come from sort of a theological protectionist angle. It's come from a sort of, I don't know what to call it, sort of liberal American. You know what I mean? More secularized angle, if that's less offensive. But it's exactly that. What struck me was that it adds to Jesus. Or if you say that, no one says to me you can't study the historical John Ball. No one would dream of saying that, but someone would say you can't study historical Jesus. It's a subject beyond, and is that what you're getting at? That's adding aura to the
absolutely, yeah.
It's very unusual.
By not doing anything about it, it brings aura, and it maintains that aura itself. So I think there, and I put this in the longer essay, but I think there's a ethical call for us as scholars to continue this, because it is in making Jesus common, looking at Jesus from this materialistic point of view, that materialist point of view, I should say, that is going to that we're doing our job, but we're also doing our job ethically, because we're not turning our backs on something that we should be doing. And if we do turn our backs, we're just simply maintaining this aestheticized art that is used by politics. Is that?
Yeah, it does. Ronit, did you have a question?
Yeah.
They're pointed that you have a question.
Maybe you could say it. I was just going to say, surely we are adding to the aura right now.
And the flip side to this is that we are adding to the aura. That comes from illiberal Englishmen.
Yeah, and I think if we don't do this materialist approach, the aura as it is continues to be reproduced is going to continue to add to itself.
Chris.
Just to add, the net effect, I love that quote, is the exact same thing James was talking about. When we give up on closing a distance, aura is maintained. The net effect of what James is talking about is the exact same as the people who say we don't need to quest for the historical Jesus because the Gospels tell us exactly what happened. it leaves it as it doesn't need to be treated. And also contributes to, as you said, horror. My question is, what happens? It's sparked by that picture of the Scandinavian Jesus, which was in my grandfather's basement. What happens when that cultural expression of aura becomes common?
I think if it becomes common without the uniqueness, then it decays. It's played out, right? None of my students know what played out means anymore because nobody plays records anymore, but it's played over and over and over, and it loses its power, right? But my point is that that power is maintained unless that uniqueness is challenged.
And quickly, Robin, finish up.
Oh, no. I'm thinking this through live. So this isn't one of those I have an idea already and I'm making you engage my idea. But isn't part of the objection to the next quest, and I think it was misplaced because I don't think people understood exactly what we were aiming at in this conference, but wasn't part of it the aura around the former, especially white male European scholars who controlled all of this? And so could you just speak to that?
Oh yeah, and that goes back to the repetition, right? The sense and the need for distraction and disruption. So white male, more specifically American scholars, right? I don't think we're doing our job if we just continue and perpetuate that aura. And with historical Jesus scholars, that's obviously been the case, and that goes back to our paper earlier in looking at the fact that what is repeated in this historical Jesus research is this white male aura that is maintained.
Thank you very much.
Now it is the man, the myth, the legend, John Kloppenborg on networks and associations. Thank you, John.
Thank you for the invitation. I'll dive right into this. It's fair to say that up to now, the quest of the historical Jesus is focused on isolating the intellectual and moral virtuosity of a single figure and mapping the distinctive moments that gave literary expression to belief in Jesus. What has been largely ignored are the social networks in which Jesus and the Jesus movement thrived, these apparently being treated as epiphenomenal. There's a couple of important exceptions, of course. Claire Rothschild's work on John the Baptist and Jesus, and Melanie Johnson de Beaufray's fine book on Q. Network analysis, by contrast, begins with the premise that, I'm using a quotation here from Barry Wellman, social life is created primarily and most importantly by relations and the patterns formed by these relations. Social life is created primarily and most importantly by relations and the patterns formed by these relations. That's a pretty strong statement. Instead of focusing on individual agents, their qualities and their contributions to a social phenomenon, network analysis begins with the constellation of relationships among members of a network as a way to understand any particular phenomenon. Social innovations are not merely the result of independent agents acting independently, or even many imitating the behavior of one, but the behavior that emerges from the complex relationships that exist among those individuals. Stronger forms of social network theory even suggest that membership in a network has causal effects. In this paper, as a contribution to maybe the next quest of the historical Jesus, I would like to think a bit more carefully about how network theory might provide a more disciplined way to look at the Jesus movement and the quest of the historical Jesus. Networks are a way to visualize relationships among persons, institutions, locations, and other things called nodes, and the variety of links between those called edges. Network maps help us to understand how information, influence, power, and other various resources cluster and flow, the effects of clustering, the most or least probable directions of flow, and in some cases, the particular conditions that account for the propagation of ideas, of infections, of resilience and power throughout a network. There is at least two types of subnetworks that might be relevant to understanding the Jesus movement and the positions occupied by Jesus and John. I'll first talk about material and economic networks, and second, information networks. In an earlier essay, I had discussed several material and economic networks that were implicated in the fishing industry on the Kinneret. Several important results came from examining fishing as a networked activity that involves material exchange. First is the issue of the control of fishing. The Gospels tell us nothing about who owned or controlled the shores of the Kinneret, except that we know otherwise that the open sea was always treated as res nullius, that is no one's property, but it was almost ubiquitous that the shores of lakes and rivers were deemed to be owned and therefore leased to persons who wanted to engage in the activity of fishing, and that meant that they had to pay lease fees either as a fixed sum or as a proportion of the catch. This means that fishermen were necessarily entangled in a fiscal network of leases and rent collection. Second, fishing depended on multiple material networks, since most of the material needs of fishermen were supplied by other people. The analysis of the fishing boat discovered near Kibbutz Ginusar in 1986 shows that the boat was the work of an expert shipwright, presumably not the fishermen themselves, and that the planking was imported Lebanese cedar. In other words, the wood actually comes from somewhere else. The repairs, however, on the boat, and there's at least 12 or 13 different repairs, are amateurish and probably reflect the efforts of either the owner of the boat or the lessees to keep the boat in working order. If any of you have seen the repairs on the boat, you know, they would give a shipwright nightmares. The boat may have been owned by fishermen or leased to them by an owner. Both models are attested in Egypt, where the documentation on fishing is much more plentiful, to say the least, than the documentation in Jewish Palestine. It's critical to recognize, however, that a boat was a significant capital investment. It would have been used for fishing, especially in the winter when the outflows of the Upper Jordan are strong, and in the spring, and when the springs of the Heptapagon oxygenate water, which results in a significant increase in phytoplankton. During the summer and fall, however, boats could not be left idle, since one of the methods of tax extraction was to tax fishermen by the number of boats that they owned. An idle boat was therefore a tax liability, which means that it was in the interest of boat owners to keep the boats active in the spring and in the summer, for example, by transporting people and supplies across the Kinneret. When I realized this, I also realized that the multiple crossings of the Kinneret by Jesus in the Gospel of Mark are therefore not desultory voyages, but reflect the financial needs to have fishing boats double as water taxis. This, of course, would bring fishermen into contact with other local networks. Third, fishing required a variety of other materials, nets and sails, which were typically manufactured by linen. Linen is invisible to fish, and that's why linen is used. That is available, we know now, from Bethsaida at the north end of the Kinneret, probably other places too. There's a linen site over above Kiersey. The work of mending the nets was no doubt fell to the fishermen themselves. That's also what Mark tells us. But the bronze net tools that were used, and some of them were actually found in the Kinneret boat, would have been manufactured elsewhere. Fishermen also needed hooks, normally made of bronze, net weights, manufactured either from lead or drilled stones, anchors from drilled stones. Since lead is not found in Palestine at all, it had to be imported from other sites, such as the Laurion in Attica, Macedonia, Silesia, Cyprus, North Africa, Sardinia, and even Spain. Molds and casts for net weights have been found among the fishing paraphernalia in Jewish Palestine, and lead ingots have been found in many shipwrecks off the coast of Haifa. In addition, fishing requires ropes, probably manufactured from tow, that's from flax, and baskets for holding and transporting fish. Whether rope was of local manufacture is uncertain. It is known that Egyptian rope was exported from Egypt all over the place. So we may be dealing with an Egyptian network supplying rope. These are all what I call upstream requirements of the fishing industry and presuppose a thick network of leaseors, local suppliers of wood, linen, nets, sails, hooks, net weights, anchors, and ropes, some of whom were connected more distantly to woodcutting, lead mines, bronze smelting, flax production, and rope manufacture. The frequency of interaction with such suppliers no doubt varied considerably. A well-constructed boat likely lasted a decade or more, so the interaction with shipwrights was probably infrequent. Nets could be mended, but linen is not especially durable, and hence we must imagine routine connections with linen weavers and flax production in order to replace nets that were beyond repair. Bronze net tools may have lasted for some considerable time, but hooks and net weights, as all fishermen know, get lost pretty frequently, which would have required more frequent interactions with artisans who produced them. Ropes and baskets likely required frequent interaction with artisans too. And of course, interaction with those who leased out the shoreline would have been at least a yearly interaction, maybe more frequently than that. The downstream requirements of the fishing industry, of course, included the need of access to markets, and this required transportation from the lake to sites of consumption or to facilities for the salting and pickling of fish or the production of garum. And we know that at least at Tarakea Migdal, there was a site for either salting or garum production. The most distinctive downstream requirement of fishing, however, flowed from the perishable nature of fish. Unlike agricultural crops, which matured and therefore needed to be taxed as soon at a specific time during the year, normally at harvest, the fishing season was long and fish began to decay as soon as they were removed from the water. Hence, they had to be marketed or sent for salting or fishing or garum production almost immediately. This also meant that leaseholders and tax officials were engaged as soon as fishermen landed their catch. The intensity of interaction with tax officials is illustrated by a papyrus from Oxyrhynchus. This is P. Oxy 3495 from the 2nd century. It's either a fisherman's account or more likely the report of a tax supervisor for the daily catches of fishermen on the Nile for 21 days in October. The account records the income, taxes due, and lease payments, all in drachma, and is divided into castes, boloi. The account has figures for between 3 and 11 castes per day for 21 days. So it's a long account divided into castes for 21 days. The value of each caste, each bolos, it was assessed before it was removed, before the catch was removed to the market, the taxes and lease payments calculated and deducted. While tax officials might be present yearly in a grain field or in a vineyard around the time of harvest, or as the vintage approached, the epiteretai, the supervisors, were there to continuously surveil fishing. This, of course, meant that fishermen and epiteretai were in constant interaction. And I can't help but think of the story in John 21, where Jesus is on the shore, and there's actually a number of fish that they've caught. It's 144. I don't think anyone has made any sense of this, but when I realized that this is what tax officials do, I wondered whether Jesus is being fixed up as an epiteretes. This is, I'm not going to
I'm not going to publish that speculation, but it's a weird thing that you discover. The network map. The network map of fishermen suggests that the mention in the Jesus tradition of fishermen alongside tax collectors, the only two occupations to be mentioned in the Gospels, is not adventitious. The nature of fishing meant that of the variety of producers found in agrarian societies, fishermen were among the highest level, among the highest level of interaction with tax agents. Alia Almansi, whose Habilitationsschrift in Marburg was just accepted, has recently suggested that Levi, son of Alphaeus, often thought to have been a customs agent, was more likely responsible for collecting the fishing tax. And fishing, of course, fish were, of course, taxed along with everything else. It's also to be noted that tax agents were typically local. That is, we've often imagined that tax agents were, even though they ultimately represented the Roman state, that they were somehow or other external impositions. That's not the case. Most tax agents were locals, and that has suggested to Almansi that the mention of Levi's patronym in Mark 2:14 is a reflection of the fact that this is a local tradition from Capernaum, where it made sense to identify which of the multiple Levi's there were at Capernaum. Of course, when Matthew and Luke come to redact Mark, that little detail becomes irrelevant, and they simply drop off the patronym because it has no meaning for them any longer. The earliest phases of the Jesus movement were located within networks of suppliers to fishermen and their downstream markets, and networks of tax agents with whom they were intimately connected. It's likely that the movement, in my view, spread initially at least within that network, and it's reflected by the large number of mentions of fishermen and tax collectors in other literature. Q 7:29-34, Mark 2:16, Luke 15:1, 18, 10-13, 19, 2-10, and so forth. Unfortunately, the Jesus tradition is silent on the occupations of others, apart from the general term ergetes, or ergetai, and hence it's difficult to work out other networks that may have operated within the early Jesus movement. Neither fishermen nor tax agents were among the marginally economic sectors of Jewish Palestine. Fish was an important protein source, but supplementary to the Mediterranean staples of grain, oil, and wine. Archaeological evidence suggests that fish from the Kinneret were consumed not only in nearby centers such as Sepphoris and Tiberias, but were also distributed to the south and even to the Madaba Plain. Comparative evidence from Egypt suggests that the income generated from fishing, even when one takes into account taxation and leasing expenditures, would have placed fishermen significantly above the subsistence level in an agrarian society. As far as the Tolonai is concerned, there are indications that it had become a liturgy, at least by the time of Claudius, which implies that Tolonai had sufficient wealth to be susceptible to compulsory service. I mean, typically you have to be worth about 1,000 drachma. Scribal networks, which have left a significant imprint on the literature that it produced. It's been argued for at least 2 decades that the framers of Q, if such a thing existed, were low-level scribes. I mentioned not only my work in relation to that, but also recent studies by William Arnell, Giovanni Bazzana, and Sarah Rollins. The association of the Jesus movement with scribal networks is not just a matter of scribes as secretaries, preserving the Jesus tradition. Instead, scribes and their knowledge networks have left an indelible stamp on the Jesus movement, or the literature of the Jesus movement itself. As has been pointed out, Q shows awareness of typically scribal forms and their logics in such texts as the Lord's Prayer, the measure for measure aphorism, and much of the basic vocabulary of Q. Bazzana has shown, for example, that the linguistic makeup of the Sayings Gospel Q contains several elements which can be confidently traced back to the activities and the terminological habits of komogrammateis, village scribes, and of other sub-elite functionaries operating in the same or comparable levels of the administration, unquote. Scribes, whether village scribes or other literate persons connected with village administration, did not operate in isolation, but were typically connected laterally to other officials, such as the comarches and other tax agents, registrars, and other functionaries, and vertically to nome officials and ultimately to the diocetes, strategos, and basilikos grammateos. Low-level functionaries were typically locals, and the fact that many of these functions were liturgies meant both that such officials were persons of some means within and persons who had multiplex connections with others in their villages. An example of the interconnectedness of a scribal network is provided by the archive of Socrates. That's the next scribe, the next image. Socrates, son of Serapion, from the mid 2nd century Karanas. The archive features Socrates, the collector of money taxes, and sometimes Leographos in Karanas, and the son of a tax farmer. He was married to the sister of Marcus Sempronius Gemellus, a Roman citizen, and gymnasiarch of Alexandria. The couple had twin sons, Serapion and Socrates, both claiming Roman citizenship, somewhat improperly, because the woman, a Roman citizen, was married to a non-citizen, and so technically they were sort of marginally Roman citizens, or they had a marginal claim to Roman citizenship. But one of these sons served as the Cytologos, that is the grain registrar, in charge of granaries, and the other a praetor agorikon, a collector of money taxes like his father. It's likely that Socrates had a half-brother on his mother's side, Castor, who served as the comagrammates of a nearby village, Ptolemais Nea. Castor had two sons, Achilles, comagrammates, and Ptolemais. Ptolemais had 5 children, one of whom was named as the official supervisor of boundaries in the Fayum. Socrates' network thus included a Roman citizen, other Roman citizens, Gaius Valerius Gemellus, who was enlisted in the Roman fleet, and his ex-wife, Demetria, also a Roman citizen, as well as various officials from Karanas and adjacent villages. The archive also contains a letter from Castor's son, Ptolemais, telling his father that he had been invited to join a group of Serapiastai as their agoranomos. What is perhaps as interesting about the Socrates archive is not only the multiple connections that they have, but the fact that he possessed literary texts. We think of comagrammates as basically pencil pushers, like the bureaucrats in our HR departments, but that's quite untrue. Socrates' archive contained a grammatical papyrus, Menander's Epitropontes, the Acta Alexandrinorum, Callimachus's Itea. Across the street, Gemellus' house had a copy of the Iliad. Other texts found in proximity to Socrates and Gemellus' house include other copies of the Iliad, a commentary on Iliad Book A, a list of the titles of comedies, Demosthenes de Corona, a surgical treatise, Epictetus's discourse, and an oracle question addressed to the great god Soxes Knephoros. The presence of such a rich collection of literary texts in the archive of a village administrator suggests that Socrates and his family were those who Guillermo Cavallo has described as free readers, that is, literate persons who read not as a part of their occupation, but for pleasure, not for utilitas, but for voluptas, as Cicero puts it. It should not be surprising that these free readers exchanged literature with one another, or that these readers also made copies of literature that they possessed, or that they composed their own literature. And we've got examples of all that. There's a kind of interlibrary loan process going on among these village administrators. You know, I have a copy of Iliad Delta, and you have one of of such and such that I need. So please send me your Callimachus and I'll send you my Iliad. This happens among Christians, by the way, as well. It's just such free readers that supply a bridge between the activities of administrative and tax officials to be found in every village and the reflective and theological discourse that is found in some of the Jesus tradition. As I've argued elsewhere, the measure for measure aphorism begins from a scribal insight. It begins from the fact that seed grain was measured out, metreo, with a grain scoop called a metron. Bible translations always just translate it as measure as if it's an abstract notion, but a metron is a scoop, right? And that was designed to ensure parity between lending and borrowing. More than that, typically in lease agreements, the leasee stipulates that I have received 3 metra of seed grain from the 3rd granary in Caranus, and I will repay in such and such a month 4, or usually 1.5 times as much, 4.5, by the same metron in the same granary. And you can understand the logic of this, where you don't have standardized weights and measures. The way you ensure parity is to use the same grain scoop from the same granary when by scribes who are producing these loan agreements. The measure for measure aphorism mobilizes that scribal knowledge, but it applies it to an injunction to show mercy. Be merciful as your Father is merciful. Do not judge, and you will not be judged. With the judgment that you judge, you will be judged, and with the measure that you measure out, it will be measured back to you. What's noteworthy in that aphorism is that it takes the perspective not of the lender, but of the not of the borrower, but of the lender. It's by the measure that you measure out. That's the lender talking to the borrower. It will be measured back to you. The borrower, of course, his position or her position was guaranteed in the system simply by this mechanism of the parity of exchange. But the aphorism mobilizes that economic and scribal knowledge to use it against, or at least direct it towards the lender. The aphorism applies the same guarantee to those who are in a position to show mercy by forgiving loans, perhaps, by showing leniency, and applying the same and applying to them their same logic. Those who show mercy will, by the very system of exchange that guaranteed them profits and return for their investment, a benefit. This is surely an appeal to self-interest, but it's one that brings economic principles into the domain of moral interaction. Other examples of this crossover between scribal knowledge and moral knowledge can be found in the Jesus tradition. My point here is that the early Jesus tradition was located in the nexus of religious or moral knowledge and administrative knowledge, precisely because the agents of these knowledges were scribes who also valued and read literature, which was in fact the basis for moral reasoning in the ancient world. Homer, Menander, Epictetus, and others. We might assume that the scribes of Jewish Palestine were perhaps not reading Menander, but they were reading the Septuagint, they were reading Sirach, and they were also reading other kinds of resources for moral knowledge and imagining how that worked, how they could mobilize their own scribal knowledge and apply it to particular moral problems. The burden of this paper has been to show that that social and literary innovations often existed in social networks that undergird and reinforce that innovation. The tendency of New Testament scholarship to date has been to promote the notion that the Jesus tradition can be traced to a single genius individual. It's probable that Jesus might have been an innovator of some sort, but without supporting and creative social networks, that innovation would never have survived or have been developed. Attention to social and economic networks in Roman Palestine might assist us in thinking about the constitution of the earliest Jesus devotees, including their socioeconomic status. And scribal networks that all acknowledge as instrumental in the codification and transmission of the Jesus tradition were more likely more than simple trade-ins, that is, as kind of mindless secretaries, but persons who contributed materially to the Jesus tradition by mobilizing their own professional knowledges and their knowledge as free readers to contribute to that tradition. The next quest of the historical Jesus might well depart from its singular focus on singular individuals and inquire into the role that networks played. Thank you.
Thank you. When we talk about things that help us imagine the past, that was fantastic. James has the first question.
Thank you very much, John. Enjoyed that. On that, the picture you had of networks with the fishermen in the centre, I mean, we can clearly imagine ideas and ideologies spreading in networks. Can we, I have no idea the answer, can we say about the fisherman himself as a figure, do they have a special social capital that gives credibility to ideas? If the fisherman believes in this, then it's got to be good kind of thing, and influence in that kind of way.
I doubt it, but I mean, they may have whatever capital, social capital accrues because they've got a certain level of wealth above subsistence. Maybe that gives them a certain kind of peso. But I don't think that they're uniquely privileged, or, I mean, these are not the people that you always listen to when a fisherman begins to speak. But when they operate in this network that is so multiply connected, has its fingers out in all sorts of directions, then there's been ample study of the diffusion of ideas in modern networks where just the fact of being connected as a supplier, or a downstream person, is enough to promote an idea spreading. Just briefly, there's a fantastic book done by Damon Centola called How Behavior Spreads. And points out that in network situations, the adoption of an innovation, whether that's a religious innovation or a technological thing, is easiest when that behavior as a norm already exists in your network. Rodney Stark, for example, notes that when Mormon missionaries knock on your door, if you have no one in your network who is Mormon, they have basically a 1 in 1,000 chance of being successful. If you have someone in your network who is Mormon, an uncle or a brother-in-law or whatever, the likelihood of conversion goes to 50%, a statistic that frightens the hell out of me. So I've gotten rid of all of my Mormon friends. But the point is there, he doesn't put it in this way, but I would put it that Mormonism has become a behavioral norm in your network, that it's okay to be, and then it's not that they have a special status in your network, but the norm that they represent has a status now. And so it's much easier for you to say, okay. All right.
Thank you for your very polished paper. With social networks, I agree with you in terms of the network of the fishing industry on the lake. And in fact, Helen Bond and Women Remembered, we talk about that fishing industry, but I do want to just kind of insert the women into it, because one of the things is, looking back on historical Jesus studies, it can be a bit women blind, as if the Jesus movement was about men. And of course, the network on the lake, the women were doing all sorts of things in terms of basketry largely being women's role, weaving being women's role. And so I think we have to consciously put the women in when we're talking about these sorts of things. Otherwise, the template tends to be sort of like the women weren't there and it's all about men and men's association. So I just kind of put that to
I'm not so sure about women as weavers. And most of the evidence that we have from Egypt is men are. But women are owners. it's not at all remotely inconceivable that some of the owners of shorelines are women. And so then you've got a connection, a gender connection between at least the males that we're told about as fishermen. But there surely must be women involved in other parts of the chain.
Yes, weaving is so associated with what women do in the household. So you have commercial weavers who are men, but then women's household work is largely to do with,
Sure.
doing something for the family industry. So you have to kind of separate those sorts of things out. But I want to ask you also about the network of the family and the village, which are the networks we get in the Gospels.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I said that, there's no doubt other networks that are active. And the reason that I focused on these two, the fishermen and taxation, is that the comparative evidence from Egypt is by far the densest. There surely were other kinds of networks, and there are some family relationships that we can sort of track within the gospel material. And so I'm not saying that these are the only two networks. There are other ones, and I wish that more names had been dropped and more patronyms had been dropped, because that helps you work out those kinds of familial connections. But unfortunately, we are stuck with the data that we got.
Robin.
Thanks very much.
Robin, and then we're done.
I just wanted to follow up from Joan's question and push it a bit further in a slightly different direction, because as you were talking, I was thinking about we're making generalizations about kind of the social profiling of an occupation. What about internal hierarchies within, fishing communities, which could involve, gendered or different aspects of how the household contributes to what we collectively understand as the fishing industry, a fishing community.
Yeah, so there's certainly hierarchical relationships within these productive sectors. We don't know quite, at least almost all my data comes from Egypt because we got no data from Palestine. There are fishing collectives, and we've got the names of some of them, and you can kind of work out that there's hierarchy there. Within weavers, it's much clearer because we have lots and lots of data where there are elders of the weavers, and I would imagine that the same kind of arrangement exists in Palestine, that you have.
And presumably, I suppose where I'm going with that is that that might lead to differences in terms of economic profile, potentially.
Yes, yeah, I mean, there are going to be wealthier and less wealthy person. But my point about fishing is that generally speaking, because we've got wage reports from Egypt, you can figure out that these people are not, not at the subsistence level. They're not at the, levels 7, and but they're up from that. And tax collectors, by definition, if it's a liturgy, they have to be better off, because you're not forced to be one unless you've got money.
All right, Robin waived her place in line, but we do have one from online. So since we haven't had one in a while,
Sure.
Oh,
yeah. Why don't you go ahead?
Do you have one from online?
I do.
All right, do the one online.
Very good. This is from Trent. He says, in light of tax collecting and scribal networks in Palestine, do you think it likely that Matthew Levi would have been literate, or perhaps even literate enough to compose a gospel, parentheses, somewhat akin to the claim of some early church fathers that Matthew Levi composed a gospel in Hebrew/Aramaic, in parentheses. My question isn't about whether this claim is true, but whether you find it to be likely or plausible.
Well, tax officials had to have a degree both of numeracy, that's kind of obvious, and literacy, because they had to write reports. So there surely is some kind of level of literacy in that administrative sector. Whether that particular Levi or who becomes then transformed into Matthew, had that kind of literacy or that inclination, who knows? But at least in general, in terms of that sector, that's a sector that enjoys literacy because they have to, it's part of the job.
Our final paper comes from Nathan Johnson. It's The Survival of Popular Movements.
And I have the unenviable task of going last, but also of following John Kloppenberg. Yes. The next quest for the historical Jesus, a messianic figure, must take greater account of the memory of other popular messianic and prophetic movements in antiquity. Previous scholarship on messianism has paid careful attention to the importance of literary materials in the time of Jesus, including the ideologies and hopes enshrined in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the so-called pseudepigrapha, and the writings of Josephus. Indeed, scholarship has focused on this to such a degree that Paula Fredrickson even quips that some scholars apparently assume that ancient Jewish actors walked around with both volumes of Charlesworth in their heads. Textual analysis is, of course, incredibly important. But overemphasizing its importance has led to a puzzling inattention to other relevant material. While most volumes on the historical Jesus will have some discussion of what Messiah meant in the ancient world and its attestation in different ancient texts, few have examinations of actual flesh and blood Messiah and prophet figures from antiquity. This essay will necessarily and briefly explore why this neglect occurs, and also how inclusion of messianic and prophetic movements promises to shift our thinking about the Jesus movement and its remembrance. To give traction to the topic of Jesus and other messiahs, I will primarily be considering a figure that has not received attention even among those scholars who do include social movements in their work on Jesus. That is, the persistence of a messianic movement that also had a belief in the deathlessness of their hero. But first, why are other messiahs often sidelined in Jesus research? Our primary source for other flesh and blood figures who are acclaimed messiah or prophet is, as is so often the case, Josephus. However, Josephus is notoriously reticent about calling these figures Christoi, instead labeling them deceivers, charlatans, and bandits. Since virtually our sole source on these figures does not call them messiahs, many have excluded them from discussions of Jesus, or when they appear, they have used them as a revolutionary foil to Jesus' pacifism. In other words, for some, the Josephin shoe fits. Matthew Novenson, however, recently has provided a convincing solution to the problem of why Josephus does not call these figures messiahs. Namely, that a well-known Josephin tendency, the translation of Jewish idioms into Greek and Roman ones, is quite sufficient to explain why Josephus does not call the insurgents messiahs. It is not because he fears being perceived as anti-Roman. It is simply because he is carrying out his literary project of cultural translation. Elsewhere he says, Josephus is constrained by literary convention, by his own chosen project of cultural translation from a Jewish idiom to a Roman one. He calls the insurgents diadem wearers for the same reason he calls the Pharisees Stoics, because that is the term by which his audience will understand what he means. If Novenson is right, and I believe him to be, then the various leaders of Jewish social movements in Josephus are admissible to the conversation on ancient Jewish messianism and are of further relevance to Jesus' research. These movements span from 4 BCE and the robber war and the power vacuum created by the death of Herod the Great to at least Bar Kokhba's demise in 135 CE. The movements can be characterized according to several different types, as Richard Horsley previously observed, prophets, messiahs, and bandits, with some overlap in these categories. Thorough exploration of these movements is not required here. That has been done elsewhere. Rather, I want to focus on the use to which these movements are put in Jesus research, when they are mentioned at all. When scholars invoke the names of these messianic figures and prophetic figures, Theudas, Athronges, Bar Kokhba, it's often for the purpose of noting distance rather than proximity between Jesus and them. When they are likened to one another, it is frequently for seemingly apologetic purposes. Jesus and the others all led popular social movements, but so the logic goes, only one of these movements was successful. You can guess which one. As some are fond of observing, we don't have Thudesians or Athrongenesians or Bar Kokhbaites today, at least that I know of. So what was unique about the Jesus movement? Why did it persist while the other movements faltered and disappeared? The persistence of what later became Christianity finds its apologetic foil in the disappearance of other messianic and prophetic movements. This is sometimes then rephrased in essentialist terms. What is it about the Jesus movement that allowed it to persist and grow that is not true of these other movements? The question is asked in such a way as to point out differences between Jesus' program and other movements. Something greater than these was purportedly here. What then is said to be unique about the Jesus movement? Why do we not have Athrongenesians and Thudesians today? Why are there Christians? What made these movements successful? When these questions are asked in scholarship, a one-word answer inevitably comes forth: resurrection. The Jesus movement is the only one, so it's said, to claim the resurrection of their leader, thus rolling away the stony obstacle to the movement's persistence and its being deemed a failure. In this response, the belief in the founder's resurrection is the ingredient that unlocks the potential for the continuance and flourishing of the movement. And only the Jesus movement, it is claimed, had this belief in the deathlessness of its founder. Except, as we shall see, it wasn't. Another parallel movement that has received scant attention in previous quests had similar beliefs and, significantly, persisted. Before examining this other movement, I want to grant two things to those who claim that the persistence of the Jesus movement is unprecedented. It's true that we lack evidence of the continuance of messianic social movements, those that are described in Josephus, for instance. So when Athronges, Theudas, Simon of Perea, and others died, so it would seem did their movements. Even the so-called fourth philosophy associated with Judas the Galilean, which had the greatest claim to longevity, seems to have dissipated. His activities began in 6 CE and were carried on by his sons after him decades later. However, his sons' crucifixions could scarcely be deemed a success for the movement, and it appears to have morphed into what fueled the first revolt and then died with that. Second, I want to grant that the popular prophetic movements similarly disappeared with their prophetic leaders, and these are those of that Josephus describes: the Egyptian, the Samaritan, Jonathan the Weaver, and others who were sign prophets. So insofar as the claim is that the Jesus movement was successful and persisted because it proclaimed the deathlessness of its Messiah, then the popular Jewish movements narrated by Josephus do little to undermine this argument. However, Josephus is not our sole source for popular Jewish movements in the first century. Other movements left traces in history, even if they don't pepper the pages of Jewish antiquities and war. One movement that seems to have escaped Josephus's attention because it likely did not fit his narrative of national social decline merits attention. After one more caveat. I'm not going to be talking about John the Baptist, with apologies to the other Nathan, Dr. Shedd. With John, we do have some evidence of the continuance of his movement after his execution, and Mark 6 tantalizingly mentions Herod's belief that Jesus was John Redivivus. Mark's Herod says, "The one I beheaded, John, is risen." Likewise, a mysterious they reports to Herod, "John the Immerser has been raised from the dead, and his powers are thus at work in Jesus." Much could be and has been said about this passage, but for now it's sufficient to note that resurrection is not tied to the continuance of John's movement, but to theories about the success of Jesus' movement. No, a contemporary messianic figure that persisted and believed in the deathlessness of their Messiah stems from a figure from this period variously known as Dositheus, or sometimes Dusis in the Arabic sources from later. This shadowy figure, as we shall see, undercuts the claim to uniqueness in the persistence of the Jesus movement, all the while providing helpful comparandum in our study of Jesus. Expanding the search for comparisons, the neglected Dosithians. I've just made 3 claims about Dositheus. He was a rough contemporary of Jesus. His movement persisted after his disappearance, and his followers believed he did not die. We'll explore each of these claims in turn. What we know of Dositheus is cobbled together from various patristic and Samaritan sources. Significantly, all the sources are hostile. Thus, what he and his followers actually did and believed is difficult to discern, a bit like reconstructing Jesus on the basis of hostile Roman and rabbinic sources, or solely from the words of Celsus. However, Stanley Isis in the 1970s attempted a mirror reading of these unfriendly accounts and summarized what Dositheus' supporters were probably saying about him. Dositheus, a narrative Samaritan, unjustly accused or persecuted by tyranny, taught as a prophet like Moses. He performed miracles and refuted the Samaritan scholars. His death, like that of Moses, was in a cave. His body was never found, an indication perhaps that he had ascended to heaven. Either he never died or he rose immediately from the dead. To this, we may add that he was also active in the 1st century, being linked to the reestablishment of the cult on Mount Gerizim in Samaria, and a rough contemporary of Jesus, likely flourishing in the 30s and 40s of the Common Era. Dosithian persistence. The second key claim here is that, unlike the common apologetic use other Messianic movements are put to, Dosithius's movement persisted. Again, the common use to which popular social movements are put is that in the study of Jesus, it shows that they failed while Jesus' movement succeeded. To invoke Gamaliel's famous judgment from Acts, if a plan or undertaking is of human origin, it will fail. As early as Acts, the failure of other Messianic and prophetic movements was used to show the superiority of the Jesus movement, which, of course, over time flourished. But Dosithius's movement also persisted. And though its origins in 1st century Samaria are murky, there's sufficient evidence to confirm its continuance for centuries. This perseverance is seen in 4 ways: geographical spread, diversity, longevity, and institutionalization. First, geographical spread. Our hostile sources all agree on one particular, that the movement with Dosithius originally began in Samaria, but it did not stay there. Origen evidently had contact with Dosithians in Palestine and Alexandria in the 3rd century. Later, Eulogius, as reported by Photius, knows of the existence of the group in 6th century Alexandria. Later movements are attested in Bashan and the Transjordan, with affirmations of its continuance in Alexandria centuries later as well. In short, it was a widespread movement in the late antique Mediterranean basin. Second, diversity. In addition to geographical spread, the movement sparked a number of offshoots. From the vantage point of the 14th century, the Samaritan chronicler Abu al-Fat was able to survey the outgrowths of the Dosithians. He reckoned at least 7 and up to 9 distinct groups who claimed Dosithius as their founder. I won't list those here. As one scholar summarizes, Samaritan tradition clearly saw Dosithianism not as monolithic, but as a movement that developed and diversified. Several Dosithian sects emerged based on sometimes contradictory versions of the teachings of Dosithius. Thus, the movement was diverse. Third, these diverse geographical sects point to the persistence of the movement. From Hegesippus in the 2nd century to Eulogius in the 6th, we see religious subgroups extending the influence of Dosithius at least 500 years after his disappearance. Beyond this, we even have evidence of Dosithian synagogues and a meeting place in the 9th century. According to the Continuatio of the Samaritan Chronicle, Muslim rebels on the Mediterranean coast of Samaria apparently plundered and killed, burned villages, looted the synagogues, and burned the meeting place of the Dosithians in Arsuf because they could not enter into it. As a result, one Samaritan leader, who was not a Dosithian, cut ties with the Dosithians in the 840s. He pledged on an oath that they would no longer eat with them, drink with them, marry them, or give their children in marriage to them. Likewise, the Samaritan high priest, 20 years later, excommunicated the Dosithians, saying that they should not give or take anything from them ever, and that no one should eat with them or drink with them. This is the last historical trace left of the Dosithians, but it is noteworthy that apparently the movement persisted for 9 centuries. Lastly, and building upon the previous point, the Dosithians achieved religiously institutional status. As John Collins notes of the Messianic and prophetic millenarian figures of the first century Judaism, those found in Josephus, Their movements died and disappeared with the charismatic leaders, failing to coalesce into routinized and institutionalized forms that some other millenarian movements attain. Such, however, as we've already seen, was not the case with the Dosithians. Epiphanius reports that the Dosithians differ from other Samaritan sects in many ways. They admit resurrection, and this is key, they have their own communities. Significantly, Epiphanius writes in this text, again, they have their own communities. He writes that in the present tense. They have their own communities in his day. Much later, according to Abu Fat, the 7 to 9 Dosithian sects apparently had religiously regulated settings with their own synagogues and priests. And as we've already noted, they had their own synagogues and meeting place in Arsuf when they were attacked there. So the presence of these organized meeting places approximately 800 years after the disappearance of the founding figure, I think is remarkable. Likewise, the Dosithians had their own scriptures, a further mark of institutional form, since Dositheus himself was rumored to have created a redaction of the Samaritan Pentateuch and written several of his own books. Again, another mark of a stable institutional form. So adding these last 4 points together, we are in a position to see that Dosithius, a messianic and prophetic figure, held considerable and durable sway over late antique Samaritan religious imaginations. He was a charismatic figure, either to be rejected or accepted, and his movement coalesced into texts, routinized forms, and religious institution. His memory, as we shall see next, was maligned in our only sources, which always speak of him pejoratively, but his adherents were numerous, far-flung, institutionalizing, and enduring. The final fate of the sect is a mystery. How long did it persist after the persecution in Arsuf and excommunication in Samaria? All of this is spoken about in the past tense in the 14th century. And when 19th century Western scholars asked native Samaritans about the existence of the sect when they returned there for archaeological digs, in a letter dated January 1st, 1811, the Samaritans of Nablus answered that, quote, "They are mentioned in their old books, but presently not one person of this sect is found among them." Finally closing the chapter on the Dosithians. So having dealt with geographical spread, diversity, and longevity, it remains to address the use to which this group is put when it's mentioned at all. And I'll be looking at antique sources and how they use the Dosithians and perhaps why the memory of this movement is not commonly held forth. So in memory studies, it's often noted how the past is conceived of in terms of the present, even as the past puts pressure on and constrains present renditions. In the case of the Dosithians, we find Christian apologists use the movement, when they used it at all, as a foil for the numerical superiority of Christianity as a way to discount and discredit this rival sect. For instance, in Origen's works, it's noted how the Dosithians constituted only a pathetic following of less than 30, so about our crew here in Bedford. The Dosithians also did not flourish. Origen says, even in their early days, at the present time, their numbers have become exceedingly few, so that their whole number is said to not amount to 30. Origen leverages this reckoning in his counterargument to Celsus, who accuses Christians of proclaiming Jesus even though there were numerous other people who said they were the Messiah or Son of God. So for Origen, he's using this as a counterargument. Well, there are a few other messianic movements, but all of them came to naught. Oh, but there's the Scythians. Well, there's only less than 30 of them around to this day. Therefore, Dosithius could not have been the true Messiah. So Origen is able to use this information to try to make the claim that the Dosithians were a failure. However, as we've seen, there's plenty of evidence to counter Origen's counterargument. The Dosithians, as we've seen, did not disappear. Rather, it's the present circumstances that constrain and guide Origen's telling of the past and present, not simply historical reportage. In fact, as we've seen, Origen is not even accurate in reporting a number short of 30. He gets this from the pseudo-Clementine literature where, and I won't go into this at great length, but Dosithius is said to have 30 followers because of the 30 phases of the moon, just as Jesus had 12 apostles, the 12 months of the sun. So this association is undoubtedly spurious, but it shows how Origen retrieves the number 30 to demonstrate the inferiority and invalidity of the Dosithians. So if another group had a messianic prophetic founder and a persistent following, how else could one counter their validity than casting doubt on its success? Thus Origen, whether purposely or not, grossly underestimates the number of the Dosithians to show the comparative validity and superiority of Jesus as the true Son of God. The apologetic needs of the present shape how the past, or in this case, even the relative present, are represented, even as the past puts some pressure on this present formulation in the form of the number 30. Next, contesting the non-death of Dositheus. In addition to the issues of persistence in the sect, the third key element in my claim in comparing the Dosithians and the Jesus movement involves the ultimate fate of their heroes. For both, the whereabouts of the bodies is heavily contested. A recital of the different accounts of the empty tomb and polemics surrounding it is unnecessary here for Jesus. Rather, it is significant to note that there was a similar battle over the death of the body of Dosithius. On the one hand, his followers purportedly held to the non-death of their Messiah. Origen notes elsewhere, from the Samaritans, one Dosithius arose and asserted that he was the prophesied Messiah. There are Dosithians to this day who originate from them. They both preserve books by Dosithius and certain myths about him to the effect that he did not taste death, but is alive somewhere, end quote. So, where was Dosithius according to his followers? We don't know, nor do we know if they thought he simply never died, as Origen intimates, or perhaps that he did die and was resurrected, as appears to be the case in the Samaritan Chronicles, where they say the dead will rise again soon, the Dosithians do, or else Dosithius was not a prophet because he died at the age of 28 years prematurely. So for his followers, according to the Samaritan Chronicles, they believe in a resurrection because of the early death of Dosithius. If Dosithius had not died, then there wouldn't be a resurrection of the dead, which sounds familiarly Pauline. Later hostile accounts naturally deny that he did not die or was resurrected. Indeed, in some tellings, not only did he in fact die, but he did so due to his own incompetence. As one hostile strand of the tradition has it, Dosithius retreated to a cave to fast and seek wisdom, but he fasted too much, not wisely but foolishly, starving himself to death. So while his followers claimed he did not taste death, his detractors claimed he didn't taste anything. As with Jesus, death was a key issue, and this is going back to some of the papers we've heard earlier today. Death was a key issue for the claim to messianic status. I've already noted how Origen, among others, attests to Dosithius' followers believing him to be the prophet like Moses. And according to Deuteronomy 18, where the prophet like Moses tradition comes from, this prophet was to be followed unquestioningly. By contrast, false messiahs, according to Deuteronomy 18, can be seen in two different ways. They either make predictions that prove to be false, or they die. We do not know if Dosithius made any false prophetic predictions, a la the Jewish sign prophets and Josephus, but we do know that his demise was hotly contested, and that a false claimant to Moses' prophetic office was supposed to die. They shall die. Indeed, the Samaritan Pentateuch amplifies this and adds that section from Deuteronomy 18 on the prophet like Moses into the lead up to the giving of the Torah on Sinai in Exodus 20. So it repeats this section. So there, this seals the prophet like Moses tradition as the divinely authorized giver and interpreter of the law, something that Dosithius himself apparently claimed to be in his redaction of the Pentateuch, but his detractors naturally denied. Thus, accounts of Dosithius' death point to a point of contestation for Dosithius' messianic status. Either he died shamefully and can't be the Messiah, or he never tasted death. And this is a clear parallel with polemics over Jesus' death in the empty tomb. Lastly, as with Jesus, Dosithius' body is another locus of polemics. As I've alluded to, apparently Dosithius' body was never found. For some of his followers, this signifies he was elsewhere, perhaps alive, waiting to join them at an opportune time, or perhaps he was translated to heaven, a la Moses in Samaritan tradition. Others apparently believe he did die, but was raised immediately to heaven, thus justifying their belief in the resurrection. So disputing accounts of the body's disappearance, later detractors of the sect argued that his body, as we've already seen, actually did die and could more accurately be described as a corpse. In one telling, his followers came to find him, and they came upon, it says, a rotting corpse, this is from Epiphanius, with worms creeping out and a cloud of flies settled on it. Another claim, differently, is that when his followers came to find him, dogs had devoured his corpse, hinting that perhaps indeed his body was missing. Whatever the details, these differing accounts show that Dosithius' body was a site of contestation. Here I'm drawing on Nathan Shedd's book, in the memory of his followers and detractors. As Shedd notes, quoting Doug Henry, in commemorative activity, The symbolic frameworks of bodily violence are subject to contestation, as those with competing claims over meaning try to inscribe their own version of reality onto individuals. So as with Jesus, contestation over the whereabouts of the body and its state as a rotting and consumed corpse, a risen human body, a heavenly astral body, are at the heart of disagreements between differing religious groups. Conclusion. I began by urging that the next quest for the historical Jesus takes seriously flesh and blood messianic and prophetic figures in the ancient world. Far from an accoutrement to literary sources, these actors and the social movements they spurred help us better understand the Jesus movement. While it may seem this paper could also be entitled, "Why Don't We Talk About Dositheus More?" I highlighted this figure and its persistence to undercut a number of recurring claims in former quests. When asking why the Jesus movement survived and others didn't, past scholarship has often looked to the category of uniqueness, the unique persistence of the Jesus movement, and then explaining it through another unique category, resurrection. But the question itself, I believe, is incorrectly framed. Other movements did survive, and one of these movements spread and gained institutional status for at least 9 centuries, and also held to the deathlessness of its founding figure. Thus, if Christianity is not unique in this regard, did Christianity uniquely persist? Is what is to be gained by setting the Jesus movement alongside other popular Jewish and Samaritan social movements in antiquity? The answer, I hope, is quite a lot. Thank you.
We have time for 2 questions. The first one is going to be Robin Walsh, and then the second one is going to be our first online one.
Thank you for that very engaging paper. I have 2 observations that I'm just curious how you would situate them in the scope of your paper, and I think they would amplify your thesis. The first is Nero, who was basically the Justin Bieber. Because every time someone thought he had been resurrected, it was always a flute player somewhere who was like really, really good, or that kind of thing. So certainly you don't even have to restrict yourself to Josephus or to one particular region to see this kind of as a phenomenological activity or belief that is persistent in the ancient Mediterranean. So that's number 1, is what do you do with Nero. The number 2 is that there's one other movement that I think is important that's maybe not a one-to-one corollary, but I think it may be deserving of a footnote, which is the Mandeans, who are still around and still see John the Baptist as the final prophet. Many of them are actually in the United States as refugees. So we still have one community persisting that I think slots into some of the at least theoretical parameters that you've identified.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. Yeah, I don't have much to say by response other than those are 2 things I'll certainly take into consideration. Yeah, with John the Baptist, that was a direction that I felt the paper tugging in, and there's been so much work done on John, obviously. It's interesting that even with the evidence of John and his movement, the claim still crops up all the time that Christianity uniquely persisted after the death of its founding figure when these other social movements are brought up and their prophets and messiahs die. And so I think that needs to continue to be challenged. And so the more evidence, the better for that. Thanks.
We actually don't have time for any more questions. We were trying to plan on that, but here live, we actually need to vacate the building because it closes at 5. So we apologize to the people who are watching on Zoom or Facebook, but we actually have to cut it off. And we hope you come back. We hope you come back for the papers tomorrow. We promise to take the questions from the virtual audience as often as we can. And I apologize to the 2 people who were in line. Thank you, Nathan, for your paper.